to restrain the robot. It knocked items from a table during a dance performance. You can see the bot, though, is waving its arms, still insisting, I gotta keep dancing. The waiter here, looking a little distressed, took 3 servers to pull the robot away from the table, and he just wanted to keep dancing.
Doesn't it have a kill switch? This is where I'm confused.
Yes, people are saying that.
It doesn't have a kill switch?
No, it does.
They just didn't know where it was.
Just didn't get informed about where it was. That's my nightmare right there, that happening.
I know.
We had the robots on the 407 like 2 weeks ago, and I was thinking about this video.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, thanks.
No, not for me.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Hope you had a good weekend. We are jumping right into it, though, with another busy day here on Fox Local. Want to let you know some of what you can expect over the next few hours as we navigate a lot of live events that are going on, and that's going to be starting at 11:30 with Major Cody Khork, the U.S. service member from Polk County who was killed in the line of duty in a retaliatory drone strike in Kuwait as part of Operation Epic Fury. Last week, we had the procession from Lakeland Linder International Airport to the Oak Ridge Funeral Home in Polk County that we brought to you live with team coverage here on Fox Local. Today, Major Cody Khork will be escorted again from the funeral home to the Florida National Cemetery in Bushnell, where he will be laid to rest in a funeral and burial ceremony this afternoon. Coming up at noon, Alex Martins, the former Orlando Magic CEO, going to be inducted into the Orlando Magic Hall of Fame, a ceremony being held at Kia Center at noon, and we will bring that to you live. Also this afternoon, President Donald Trump going to be in Memphis for the Memphis Safe Task Force. He's holding a roundtable discussion about some of the actions that have been taken to crack down on crime in Memphis, Tennessee. We'll listen in to the president's remarks coming up a little bit later this afternoon. We also just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis in Sebring and Attorney General James Othmeyer up in the Panhandle. He was in Milton earlier today outside the Santa Rosa Correctional Institution up there in Santa Rosa County. So we're going to hear from them and a whole lot more because I also want to let you know that we were just tracking it just ended. The Florida Board of Governors College Sports Task Force interesting discussion in that meeting about NIL and the future of college sports, kind of looking at some different models that might expand opportunities for all sports. This meeting coming on the heels of President Trump's college sports roundtable that brought a number of folks to the table at the White House, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Urban Meyer, a number of others. So we'll have more from that meeting that just wrapped up a couple of minutes ago. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look right now at LaGuardia Airport in New York. This is the scene on the tarmac there where 2 pilots were killed, more than 39 passengers and crew, 2 other aircraft rescue and firefighting officers sent to the hospital after a collision between this Air Canada jet that you see there and a fire truck. The plane hitting that fire truck on the runway, and we know that LaGuardia Airport right now closed until 2 o'clock, expected to be closed until 2 o'clock. This is going to be a long investigation. You can see investigators remaining on the scene right now. You can see some of that debris. Obviously, you see the damage to that jet as well, but causing a ripple effect of issues across the country today with that collision on the runway there. President Trump just a little bit ago said they made a mistake. That was a quote of his when he was asked about this. Unclear who he was referring to about that mistake, but this was on the President Trump was just asked about that a little bit ago as he was leaving Palm Beach International Airport in West Palm Beach, Florida, before he heads to Memphis for that roundtable. So he was just asked about that a few minutes ago. But this investigation is ongoing. There was a news briefing early this morning, I think around 4 or 4:30 this morning, where we heard a little bit more about it. We know the pilot and co-pilot, again, were killed. Dozens of others taken to the hospital. And still trying to learn more about what exactly happened and why, but certainly a tragedy on the tarmac there at LaGuardia Airport. And looking at the flight status board here in Orlando, we are seeing that the flights into and out of LaGuardia, here's one at the bottom here, 11:26 a.m., a Spirit flight that has been canceled. You can expect that throughout the day, and again, that will cause some more ripple effect as well. But that's not the only issue that we're seeing at airports across the country because of the TSA issue, where a number of TSA agents not showing up to work because they're not getting paid right now as part of that ongoing Department of Homeland Security shutdown, and so that has caused long wait times, especially at airports like Atlanta. Where we have seen officials with Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport essentially telling people to show up to the airport 4 hours before their flight so that they can ensure that they can make it on time. Let me see if I can pull up the wait times right now at ATL, because that is one of the ones that we have seen some of the biggest waits at over the past few days. President Trump announcing that he's going to be sending ICE agents to a number of airports across the country to help with that. So this is interesting. I'm going to show you this here because this is the TSA security wait times section of the website on Hartsfield-Jackson's website, where last week I was keeping an eye on those when we were taking those live pictures. Right now, they're not even posting the wait times at ATL. It just says, due to current federal conditions, passengers are advised to allow at least 4 hours or more for domestic and international screening. So that's pretty interesting, not even posting those wait times right now, because they have been regularly a long time. But let me give you a live look right now in Orlando and the wait times there. They are being posted, and I'm going to refresh it real quick just so that we get the latest times here. You can find it right on their homepage, flymco.com. 38 to 42 minutes for gates 1 to 59. 70 to 129 showing 6 to 10 minutes, and gate C230 to C249 showing 11 to 15 minutes. So that you are going to need to build in some extra time. Right now, keep an eye on this website, and we'll be keeping an eye as well on these wait times throughout the day. We have not seen that Orlando International Airport does not seem to be one of the airports where ICE agents are going to be stationed to help with the TSA backlog, but we'll keep an eye on that developing situation today as well. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us now, and Brooks, we know a lot of people are back to work, back to school after a spring break week, and just trying to get back in the swing of things. And how's the weather looking as we start off this week?
It's going to be nice today, but then some rain tomorrow. And I'm right there with you. I'm coming back from a spring break off. Kids were off, so it was nice to have some days off. But we're looking at some changes this week thanks to a cold front moving in tomorrow. So today will be another beautiful afternoon. Highs around 85 degrees. Bright sunshine. Temperature's running about 5 degrees above normal, but this front rolls in from the north, and what it'll do is focus our chance for rain beginning tomorrow and continuing into Wednesday. But for the rest of today, hour by hour, we'll go from about 76 at noon up to 85 by 5 o'clock. So it's going to be another afternoon where it's arguably warm, but at least it's not really humid yet. We're going to talk about today 85 in Ocala, 85 in Titusville, about 87 in Palm Coast as well. So let's talk future radar for tomorrow. We're going to have that front rolling in, which means showers possible as soon as lunchtime. And then showers will become thunderstorms, tapping the daytime heating. We'll have highs in the mid-80s, and so that'll result in scattered storms across the area. Now, underneath the storms, we may see up to an inch of rain falling. There's also going to be a lot of lightning with these, and there could be some gusty winds. As far as who gets the most rain, the chances will be highest on the Atlantic side, but it's a little bit of a crapshoot as far as where that happens tomorrow, because if the storms form at random along that general boundary, anybody could see the jackpot totals. But again, it's trending more toward the Atlantic coast, closer to the heart of that cold front. Wednesday, we may see showers, maybe even a storm lingering, although rain chances overall start to dissipate. And then as we head toward the end of the week, things will start to quiet down considerably. As far as what this means for temperatures, well, we're not really going to see much of a cool down. We'll go from 85 or so for today and tomorrow down to about 80 for Wednesday and Thursday before we bounce back up into the mid-80s for the end of the week. Rain totals could exceed 1 inch along the coastline. You can see that little bullseye popping up there in Flagler County of maybe up to 2 inches. But truthfully, whenever you have downpours, it's kind of just a by chance situation. You could easily have Oviedo getting 1 inch of rain while Chiliota gets 1/4 of an inch. Orlando may get 1/4 of an inch of rain while Claremont gets 1/2 inch. So it's just about where these storms form, but it's all about the averages, and it looks like the highest chance will be at the Atlantic coast. So over the next 7 days, we'll go from mid-80s for today and tomorrow to about 80 for Wednesday, Thursday, and then back to the mid-80s Friday, Saturday. A little cooler by Sunday, but then we warm things right back up. Garrett long-range forecast suggests we could be looking at highs around 90 as we head toward April 1st.
Wow, that's no joke right there.
Yeah, we're firmly into springtime, that is for sure. And a lot of folks are discovering that a lot of their tropical plants that died back during the freezes this winter are not coming back. So I was also doing a lot of yard work this weekend. It was heartbreaking. We had these beautiful palm trees that we had from the previous people, and they were just dead, no coming back. So got the old chainsaw out, and, well, it was a palm tree massacre.
Oh. Gosh, you hate to see it.
Have all my digits, though, so
that's good. That's good. It could have been a lot worse.
It's true.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thank you.
And as we head a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, we want to know how you are currently handling airport travel right now with everything kind of up in the air, no pun intended there, but with the wait times, with TSA and the issues and all of that, we want to know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also pull out your smartphone, scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Just point your camera at that and then click on the link when it pops up. How are you currently handling airport travel? Are you avoiding any airports, saying, hey, I'm just going to drive or stay at home? Are you arriving to the airport extremely early? Again, ATL saying, get here 4 hours or more for domestic or international travel. Or are you just saying, hey, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and I'm going to take my chances, and we will see what happens. There have been a lot of issues that we've been following, and so we'll see what happens with that. But we want to know. So we're going to leave this up for a minute as we get ready to go to break. So cast your vote. We will check back in on this poll coming up in just a couple of minutes. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be back. How are you currently handling airport travel? Looks like most of you right now say, well, I'm just avoiding it. That's one way not to have to deal with it, that's for sure. About 30% of you saying you're arriving extremely early to the airport. That is definitely sounds like a good idea if you are going to be traveling, just because of everything that's been going on with the TSA wait times and that kind of thing. We're not really sure what the impact is going to be with the ICE agents showing up at some airports. We'll have to keep an eye out to see how that helps with that. But 10% of you saying you're just taking your chances. Let us know. You can vote in our poll right now. And you can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code. You can comment on our Facebook page or in the YouTube chat. We'll be keeping an eye out for those kinds of things. So we'll be watching for your responses and continuing to track those wait times throughout the day as well. Let me give you a live look outside Oak Ridge Funeral Home in Winter Haven, where in the next little bit we're expecting to see an escort and procession begin, where the body of fallen Major Cody Khork, a U.S. service member killed in Kuwait, is going to be escorted from the funeral home to the National Cemetery in Sumter County, where he will be laid to rest. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that escort to begin. Around 11:30 is when that is supposed to be leaving the funeral home there and heading toward Florida National Cemetery. Attorney General James Uthmeier was in the Panhandle earlier today, held a news conference in Milton at the Florida Department of Corrections Santa Rosa Correctional Institution in Milton, where he was talking about an 81-year sentence for a defendant, Mario Crawford, who used drones to drop drugs and other packages into dozens of prisons all across the state of Florida. Convicted of 49 prior crimes and now again sentenced to 81 years behind bars for these crimes. We heard from Attorney General James Uthmeier, Santa Rosa County Sheriff Bob Johnson, and others at a news conference just a little bit ago outside that institution in Santa Rosa County.
Today, we're here for another announcement on our career criminal crackdown. On the rest of the country, you see these barbaric and violent crimes, brutal murders in public transportation, illegal immigrants that have unfortunately taken innocent lives. And so often we see it's people that have been repeat offenders, that have been in and out of the criminal justice system over and over again. Well, here in Florida, under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, Secretary Dixon, and my team, we're going to make sure that Florida is not a revolving door for our criminal justice system. We are going to be prosecuting people to the fullest, handing out strong sentences, and ensure that we are keeping dangerous people away from our families. Today we're here to talk about a guy who was driving drones, dropping drugs, breaking the law, and continuing to provide illicit contraband to people behind these fences. Mario Crawford just landed an 81-year prison sentence after we caught him dropping drugs into this correctional institution, and our investigation is revealing that he probably dropped packages into dozens of other institutions across the state. On this specific case, he dropped illegal narcotics, cocaine, meth, cell phones, SIM cards, tobacco, and razor blades, undermining the penalties that the people in these institutions face, jeopardizing the security of the brave men and women that guard these facilities, and ultimately continuing to foster illegal activity behind these gates. All in all, the contraband that he was providing that we found so far, and there will probably be more, valued over $1.5 million. Here's the important part. He had previously been convicted of 49 prior crimes. Yes, I said that correctly, 49. You'd think after 3 or 4 or 27 maybe he would have learned his lesson, but no, 49 prior convictions. So what we dropped on him today was an 81-year sentence. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, and we want to send a message today that if you're a repeat offender, if you're going to engage in this crazy drone driving process to continue to breed illegal activity behind these prison gates, we're going to throw the book at you and we're going to prosecute you to the fullest. Here in Florida, we do not have a revolving door criminal justice system. So today, this individual's being charged, or he's convicted for possessing contraband at a state facility, conspiracy to introduce contraband at a facility, trafficking, illegal use of a drone, and use of a two-way communication device to commit a felony. The career criminal activity stops here. Our prosecutors have their marching orders. We're going to put people away for absolutely as long as possible. So if you're a criminal, I suggest you find a new line of business before we get you. Stay away from Florida. If you want to come in here and do wrong, we will punish you to the fullest. So I thank our great investigators and law enforcement officers that worked on this case. This was a big one. I think it sends a message to other people across the state that might be looking to get into this dangerous business. Do not do it. And finally, I want to thank our corrections officers. This is tough work. Just as our, police deputies, sheriff's deputies might be the tip of the spear when it comes to fighting crime and protecting our families, these guys are really the backbone of our criminal justice system. It is tough work protecting and housing these dangerous, violent people and keeping them away from the rest of society. But somebody has to do it. It's been great to see Governor DeSantis and Secretary Dixon really improve, I think, the state of affairs for our Department of Corrections. Again, we're not trying to provide Ritz-Carlton hotels. We're trying to provide secure establishments and get corrections officers the pay they need to continue to do the Lord's work. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank them. I really appreciate them putting their lives on the line every single day to keep the dangerous away from our kids. So with that, I will turn it over to Secretary Dixon.
Thank you, Attorney General. I just want to echo his comments and thank and recognize the correctional officer and the staff standing behind me. They represent 17 or 18,000 across our state who work tirelessly to keep contraband out of our prisons. That's getting more difficult to do because contraband is not just coming through the gates and through the fences, but over the fences with the use of drones. Attorney General Uthmeyer has been extremely aggressive, and we can't thank him enough and his staff and the state prosecutors across the state for sending a message, not just here in Florida, but throughout the nation. This is a nationwide problem. The irony in this is it's not just drones dropping drugs and various contraband, but drones also drop contraband cell phones, which enable a lot of the inmates to continue their criminal enterprises and put in danger not just the staff behind the fence, but citizens in the community. They use those cell phones to scam the elderly, to continue all kind of criminal networks, especially the cartels and the gang leaders. A lot of that crime in our community is orchestrated right here behind our fences. So this kind of aggressive approach is exactly what we need to keep Florida safe and to keep our prisons safe. I want to thank Christy Dolan, who heads up our Bureau of Intelligence, who kind of initiated this case through the use of some technology and being diligent in her work. She partnered with our Office of Inspector General. Very appreciative to Daryl Cherry, who's standing here behind me, our IG Ken Sumter, and our partnerships with local law enforcement, just like here in Santa Rosa County, Sheriff Johnson, Chief Deputy Randy Tift, and again, that's representative of our relationship throughout the state and everyone working together just to keep not only our prisons safe, but our communities as well. So I'm just here with a grateful heart, and I thank everyone for taking this so seriously, again, especially our Attorney General, and letting us be a state who leads and sends a loud message that we're not going to tolerate this kind of criminal activity in our system. So thank you again, and appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Secretary. Here in Florida, we've had an explosion of growth, a lot of money coming into the state, people coming into the state. These two things typically go hand in hand with an increased crime rate, but not in Florida. Our crime rate has continued to reach historic lows. We're getting the data in from 2025, but it looks like it's going to be another great year. Double-digit decreases in violent crime rates, murder rates. Fentanyl, which was truly the new warfare we were facing a year ago, is truly plummeting. And that's in large part due to our sheriffs. We've got the best sheriffs in the entire country. They are the king of their counties, and they make sure everybody knows if you're going to get into some mischief, you're going to pay for it. So it's an honor to serve them every day. We've got Sheriff Bob Johnson here today.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the invite, and what a great day to be a Floridian. So another scumbag goes to prison. You know, in Florida, as the AG was saying, we have low crime rates, and there's a reason for that. We have great citizens, we have great deputies, we have great police officers, and we have Florida DOC. And you don't get to see the DOC guys and gals very much. They're not the tip of the spear, but they protect the spear. So I call them unsung heroes. You don't get to see them out and about, but they do a job. And if they did not do their job, Florida would be currently like California or Washington or Oregon. And we all know how those states are right now. So we have a progressive governor, a great AG, and I think Florida is the tip of the spear for the country when it comes to law enforcement. Other states are doing things that we're doing because we started it. And this is just a great state and a great country now that we have President Trump in office and a closed border. So I just want to thank the AG for his service and the Governor DeSantis for his as well. And thank you so much for inviting me.
All right, and last but not least, the prosecutor who'll be bringing the heat here on this and other cases, Guillermo Vallejo.
Good morning. I just want to say, from the top that, this is a team effort. It starts with the Attorney General with the tone he sets at the top, also with law enforcement, sheriffs all across the state, but also with this case, DOC, Secretary Dixon and his outstanding staff, and the analysts and the IGs, that they were phenomenal to work with. As prosecutors, we can't do what we do without law enforcement and DOC helping us every step of the way. And also the statewide prosecutor, Brad McVeigh, and our chief assistant, Brian Fernandez, who ran point on this case. And I think the judge at sentencing said it best when he said that the conduct was outrageous. And that's why Mr. Crawford got the 81 years that he...
Continuing to listen in to this news conference from Santa Rosa County earlier today. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and give you these images in full as Major Cody Khork, his body is escorted from the funeral home to the National Cemetery in Sumter County, where he's going to be laid to rest. We're going to go ahead and listen in here as this procession gets underway. dozens and dozens and dozens of people part of this procession from Oak Ridge Funeral Home to Florida National Cemetery in Sumter County. You can see that many of them have flags waving. The flag we saw at the funeral home at half staff in remembrance of Major Cody Khork, a Polk County native who lost his life in Operation Epic Fury in Kuwait, one of several service members killed there, and being honored by fellow veterans, others in the community, family members, friends. You can see someone standing at the corner there as well, holding a sign, and the road blocked off for this procession. We're expecting some rolling roadblocks throughout the area and on the highways as that procession continues. But Major Cody Khork going to be laid to rest today in Sumter County with full honors. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look in Memphis right now, where you can see on the board there, Making America Safe Again, the backdrop for this roundtable discussion going to be held with President Trump, a number of others. That's expected to begin a little bit later this afternoon, and we'll listen in at least to the president's remarks during that coming up a little bit later today. Want to right now, though, get you back to that news conference in Santa Rosa County, where we just had a couple of other speakers talking about the arrest of a man now, the sentencing, 81 years for this suspect who used drones to drop drugs and packages into prisons all across the state of Florida. Let's go ahead and get you back to the rest of that news conference.
Dropped drones on 2 facilities, crashed one, and the other one, thankfully, DOC staff was able to stop it before it just flew away. And what you had was, as the AG said, drugs, razors, phones, tobacco, fingerprints on 2 drones. And what the jury also got to see was text messages between Mr. Crawford and another inmate who not surprisingly, serving life for murder, talking about their drone conspiracy, talking about guard shift changes and when to come in and when to drop the products and when to do the drop. So this is a great outcome. It sends a message that this is not tolerated in the state of Florida. And frankly, as I see it, this is only the beginning, because people are starting to realize that you just don't come to Florida and you don't pull this stuff.
Thanks, Guillermo. So I'll conclude by saying, again, this is not the first and not the last day that we'll be highlighting our career criminal crackdown. Here in Florida, we're continuing to ensure that we're shifting the culture, that our brave law enforcement know when they bring in bad guys, our prosecutors are going to lock them up for as long as possible. Their work is not in vain. We are going to enforce rule of law, and we are going to protect our families and our little ones at all costs. And again, thank you to our corrections officers. Thanks for the work you guys do every day that not many people get to see. I'm glad to get to see a little bit of it, and you've got my support always. It's a little windy, but if there's any questions, I might be able to take a couple.
Is there any indication this guy acted alone? Was he teaching anybody else while he was out in the field, if you will?
Guillermo, if you want to come and add anything, what I'll say is we're still investigating. It appears the packaging that he dropped here looks a lot like packaging that we're finding at facilities all over the state. So to the extent he was working with others, we will find them and we will crack down on them too. There's also other people that have been engaging in similar behavior. We took down a drone in another facility just this morning, I'm told. So this is a new trend. We're making an example out of him today, an 81-year sentence. Everybody else should think twice before driving a drone over a prison facility. And we'll be working with the legislature, too, to see about heightened enhancements to make sure that we nip this behavior in the bud. Give me any evidence about others working with him? I do think there's a RICO element here, right?
Yes. So some of them. So he was working with one that we identified that's serving life for murder in prison. That's why he was also charged with conspiracy to introduce contraband, and he was working with probably countless inmates on the inside who pay, because this was very valuable. Like the testimony came out that each of the phones, inmates would pay $1,000 per phone. So this was a very lucrative business that we were able to shut down.
Yeah, I think it's an important point, to highlight. A lot of these co-conspirators and cases are inmates that are currently serving time. That's why it's so important to keep the phones and their technological abilities away from them. Secretary Dixon last year cracked down a big case where inmates serving time were calling and spamming seniors, pretending to be family members and other people, and really taking advantage of the kind generosity, the good hearts of our seniors who are always there to help others. We're not going to stand for this. We're going to protect our most vulnerable. And if you're already locked up, you got the shortest ride in the state to get back to your long-term dorm room. So, all right, God bless everybody. See ya.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer speaking at that news conference earlier today. Meanwhile, as we get ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, we wanted to revisit our poll question of the day. How are you currently handling airport travel? You one of those people saying, I'm just not going to do it, going to avoid the airport, going to maybe road trip if I've got to get somewhere? Are you going extremely early to the airport? If you're just joining us, we were talking earlier about how at Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, that's ATL, one of the busiest airports in the world, they're telling people arrive at least 4 hours early for your flights, just because of the concern over those wait times for TSA right now? Or are you just saying, I'll take my chances, I'll do what I'm going to do and roll the dice a little bit, maybe I'll make my flight, maybe I won't? Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. I want to let you know at MCO right now, taking another look at the current wait times for getting through security. Gates 1 to 59, it's showing 30 to 33 minutes right now, which is lower than it was earlier today. Last time we checked, about 40 minutes ago or so. Gates 70 to 129 showing 4 to 8 minutes, so pretty short there. And then the Terminal C checkpoint 11 to 15 minutes. So certainly not quite as bad at MCO as we're seeing at a number of places. Let us know how you're handling that airport travel, and keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. And we'll be right back after this. How are you handling airport travel right now? We have seen data from the Department of Homeland Security showing that call-out rates among TSA agents have begun to soar about 30% at some airports, including Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, and that has led to some major delays at those airports. So are you avoiding airports right now? Are you saying I'm going to go extremely early, or are you just taking your chances? Let us know, fox35orlando.com/vote, or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. It looks like most of you right now, in fact, 3/4 of you right now, saying you're just avoiding airports altogether right now. So something to continue to monitor and watch. And again, we've been saying today, the wait times have been up a little bit at Orlando International Airport, but still nothing like we've seen in a number of other airports. Let me give you a live look right now at inside Kia Center, where we're awaiting an induction ceremony for Alex Martin's former Magic CEO to be inducted into the Team Hall of Fame. He'll be the 14th inductee into the Orlando Magic Hall of Fame. He's currently the vice chair right now after serving 14 seasons as CEO from 2011 to 2025. So we'll bring you that ceremony, expected to begin coming up around noon. We are also waiting for President Trump's remarks in Memphis. This is a live look. That's supposed to start around 1 o'clock Eastern Time, noon Central Time. So we'll have more on that and bring you, at the very least, his opening remarks from that event coming up in just a little bit. But I should say, just a little bit ago, we heard from President Trump speaking to reporters as he boarded the boarded Air Force One at the airport in Palm Beach to make his way from Florida, where he spent the weekend, to Memphis for this event. Talked about Iran. I talked about a number of other things as well. Here is what he said to reporters on the tarmac just a little bit ago.
The small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war, but I want to have the system be lubricated.
Even $14 billion, you don't think helps them?
Where's the $14 billion?
Because the inflated price, they get $14 billion from the...
I don't think they're getting the money. I could tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Mr. President, the Marines from California, given that it'll take them weeks to arrive, is the intention to police the strait or take cars?
What are you talking?
Well, it's been reported that there are Marines that left California, left San Diego last week, at the end of the week. Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in my position and I asked you that question, do you really believe I'd give you an answer? It's a crazy question.
Mr. President,
we don't talk about strategy. Yeah?
Another young woman was killed by an illegal immigrant that was let in under the
Let
Biden administration.
Let in by Biden.
Give a message for her family.
It's devastating. These people were let in by Biden. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. That's why ICE is so important. They're doing such a good job. This animal, I saw the whole thing last night. They gave me a briefing. Came in through Joe Biden with his open door policy and his border czar, Kamala, who never saw the border. Never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time. Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. She was the border czar to anybody on the border. Never went there. This person came in through the open door policy of Joe Biden, and we have others. We're taking them out by the tens of thousands. We're doing a great job, but it's a shame. They've hurt our country. Just remember this. Joe Biden and that gang of radical left lunatics, some very smart, but radical left and bad ideology, sick people. These people have hurt our country very badly.
Are we directly talking with Iran?
Those Iranian power plants. How is that different from what Russia has been doing in Ukraine by ending Ukrainian power?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you look at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have, that they wanted to possess, a lot of things are different. I'm not a fan of what Russia's doing either, just so you understand. All right? But it's a lot different. You're talking about a country that has been evil for 47 years. They've been horrible. Death all over the world, not just us. Look at the way they attacked unexpectedly all of those countries surrounding them. It was not supposed to be. Nobody was even thinking about it. but they wanted to take over the Middle East and they wanted to knock out Israel permanently. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been able to do that.
Are we the president talking to Iran? Mr. President, do you know whether Joe Kent was leaking?
Look, I'm not a fan of the guy. If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his truths or whatever he went on, if it's X or truth, if you look at his truths or his statements, he was all for everything. All of a sudden, he wasn't. He was a man that I met at Dover. He came and his wife was killed. He remarried fairly quickly. His wife was killed, and I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress, he lost. He ran for Congress again and he lost. I said, you know, he's a guy, nice guy, seemed like a very nice guy. I met him, he was pretty heartbroken, but I said, you know, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice. Call him up, give him a job in the White House. Smart. They gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me, you know? Being a nice guy doesn't pay off too much.
Mr. President.
Think of it. He loses twice in Congress, ran not very good campaigns, should have won, but he loses twice. How do I get him? I have my people call him, because I didn't deal with him for the most part. I saw him a couple of times, but I never dealt with him at all. I had no idea his ideology was left or right, whatever it is. I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran is not a threat. Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me on that. So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice for Congress, pretty badly and tough, and was devastated, and I know that he lost his wife. So instead of letting him live out his life, I brilliantly have my people call him and offer him a job in security, essentially, in the White House. And what does he do? He goes out and he says that Iran is not a threat to get publicity. Now, he probably signed up with CNN or maybe signed up with your division of Newsmax. I don't know, but probably signed up with CNN or somebody. But if you look at his tweets, X's or truths, whatever he uses, I don't know because I don't follow him. What he said is 100% he agrees with me. All of a sudden he leaves. I never knew he had a problem. Now, I hear they're looking at him for leaking. That's possible. But just so you understand, just to put it to rest, he lost twice badly. He also lost his wife. He's remarried since. He lost his wife. I felt badly for him. So I told my people, reach out to him, give him a job at the White House. This is the thanks I get. Any other questions?
He said Iran was not an imminent threat, that's what the intelligence showed.
I think it was an imminent threat. I think that Iran, if we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, now that set them back, but if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to a month. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it as soon as they got it.
If you obliterated their nuclear sites last summer with
President Trump taking questions from reporters in Palm Beach just a little bit ago. We're going to go ahead and take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus before we listen to more of that gaggle with the reporters just a little bit ago in Palm Beach. So keep it here and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We are coming up on noon, and I'm going to give you a live look at LaGuardia Airport in New York, where a pilot and co-pilot were killed after their jet that you see there, the Air Canada Express regional jet, collided with a fire truck on the tarmac there. Dozens of other people were injured. An investigation is underway right now. The airport in New York remains closed even at this hour and is not expected to reopen for another couple of hours, around 2 o'clock Eastern. That's when the FAA says LaGuardia Airport might be able to reopen. So we're keeping an eye on that. Obviously, that's having a ripple effect at airports all across the country with cancellations and that kind of thing. The flights, mini flights from and to and from LaGuardia, even here in our area, have already been canceled. So we're keeping an eye on that situation, and we'll let you know what happens as we near that 2 o'clock hour and whether at the FAA will lift that ground stop at LaGuardia Airport in New York. Let me also give you a live look in Memphis, Tennessee, where President Trump is expected to speak in about an hour at this event. It's a roundtable discussion about safety in Memphis and a crackdown on crime in that area. We expect to hear some remarks from President Trump. We know that he left Palm Beach earlier today. In fact, just a few minutes ago, we were listening to him answering some questions from reporters on the tarmac there before he got on board Air Force One to head toward Memphis, where he's going to be holding this roundtable. So we'll listen in to the president in about an hour or so when that event gets underway. Let me also give you a live look right now at the Orlando Magic Hall of Fame inside the Kia Center, the home of the Orlando Magic, where Alex Martins, the team's current vice chair and former longtime CEO, is about to be inducted into the team's Hall of Fame. He's going to be the 14th inductee into the team Hall of Fame. He served 14 seasons as CEO before stepping down last year. And so we'll bring you that ceremony coming up in just a few minutes. That was expected to begin around noon, so any minute now that we hope for this to begin. And we'll go ahead and listen into that together once that does begin. But while we are waiting on that, I want to get you back to President Trump speaking with reporters earlier today, answering questions just a little bit ago before getting on board Air Force One.
But that doesn't mean with the right equipment, you can't dig down and go get it. We don't want that, and we won't have that. But we obliterated that site. They still haven't been able to get it. That was a complete success. But if it wasn't, they would have had, if we didn't hit them, if we didn't use the B-2 bombers, which are unbelievable. We just ordered 22 more of them, modern version, by the way, super modern version. If we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had, within 2 weeks of that attack, that's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
Overall crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began this task force. Is this a template you think is working?
Well, what I'm doing today, really, this was a little bit before, set up a couple of weeks ago. This was before we had this situation with Iran take place last night. And by the way, they're just not communicating. When they say, I'm sure they don't mean that. When somebody says, oh, I didn't know you were talking. We were talking last night, and I'm sure they have a lack of communication, which is appropriate considering we blew up, in addition to their Navy, Air Force, every division, their radar. We also blew up all of their anti-aircraft and communications. So they have no telecommunications. So there is a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination.
If you're worried about the miscommunication,
well, we think all we can do is think, look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened to him. I can say they haven't seen him there either. Something is going on with him, but regardless, I don't consider him really the leader. But they do have some leaders left because we blew up group number 1, group number 2, a lot of group number 3. But we think we have people that are very representative of the country and will do a good job in representing.
Elon Musk has offered to pay TSA.
President Trump speaking earlier today. We can go ahead and see. Might get you back there in just a little bit because we've got a number of other events that we're tracking this afternoon. But I want to go ahead and get you right now to Kia Center, where we are getting ready to see Alex Martins, the CEO, former CEO and current vice chair, inducted into the Team Hall of Fame. So let's go ahead and listen in as this ceremony gets underway.
Just grown through the years. So it means a lot to me to be here and witness Alex getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. And I can't tell you how deserving this man is. I mean, in every way, character, what he has done in this community, chairman of the board of trustees of the University of Central Florida, leading all the initiatives to raise money and help the youth of Central Florida. His philanthropy is just off the charts. And then with the Orlando Magic, obviously, the CEO since 2011. So played a major role before that time in bringing this building into existence. And first the Amway Center and now the Kia Center. And of course, helping to bring the All-Star Game to Orlando, a big part of that too, driving that force in 2012. So I could go on and on, but we're going to hear a lot more from others, and it'll probably be a lot more interesting. One thing I will note, we both arrived in 1989, and I'm still doing the same job, basically, that I did then. So I look at that and I question my life choices as I look at what Alex has accomplished, but it really is remarkable, Alex. I'm really happy for you. So to get the ceremony started, I'd like to bring aboard Orlando Magic Chairman Dan DeVos. Dan?
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here on this very special day, and it's an honor to be able to recognize Alex and the achievements that he has shown not only to the organization, but as David's mentioned, also to the community. But the inductions into our Hall of Fame is really part of those defining moments of our organization. And we're very happy today to have some of Alex's family here. Juliet, his wife, is here. Gabrielle's in from the university. Good to have you here. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, Matt and Caroline Nixon are in, and cousin Don is here, which I just met and came in special from New Jersey. So we're so happy to have family members that are here today, along with so many other people who have walked alongside Alex for all these many years in many different ways, who have worked with him and helped shape the organization under his leadership. And so it's really great to see so many friendly and familiar faces. Also pleased to have Mayor Dyers here. I think Mayor Demings is here. Mayor Dyer, thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you all for being here to help us celebrate this special day. On behalf of the DeVos family, including my wife Pamela, our son Cole, his wife Lexi, nephew Ryan, and his wife Michelle, we're very happy to have them here with us today representing the entire DeVos family. And we want to express our deep gratitude, Alex, our gratitude for your stewardship and gratitude for the decades of care and conviction that you have given to this franchise. While Alex will continue in his role as vice chair of the team, we just did not want to wait any longer to recognize his great accomplishments and to make sure that we solidified his place in Magic history. Hall of Fame inductions are defining because they give us a chance to pause, to reflect on who we are and want to be, and to celebrate the success of individuals who embody those values. The Orlando Magic Hall of Fame was created as part of our 25th anniversary, and we had a very intentional purpose. The design reflects our belief that success is never accidental. It is built over time by people who invest in something bigger than themselves and to make a lasting impact that is larger than any single role, game, or season. It bridges our past with our future and tells the enduring story of Magic basketball. Alex Martins is that bridge, and that's why we're here to celebrate him today. So when we consider candidates for Orlando Magic Hall of Fame, we look at four main criteria. On-the-court performance and success, including contributions to team success, years of service for the Magic, overall impact and importance to the franchise, and off-court impact in Central Florida community. David mentioned some of those, but I would like to just spend 1 second on something that I know Alex has found is very committed to and mentioned, University of Central Florida. When he was appointed by the governor in 2013 and then reappointed, now your term, as I understand, goes to 31, and being chair for 5 years, Alex, that's a huge amount of work, a huge accomplishment, and a huge benefit for the community. And I know so many people beyond the Magic organization. Thank you for that and for all the other leadership things that you have done throughout the community in the past years, and I know you'll continue to be doing those in the future and having such an important piece of the community. So the criteria that I mentioned was to ensure that every individual that we honor represents the values, standards, and legacy of this organization. And Alex not only exemplifies every one of those criteria, he really helps define them. Alex joined the Magic in 1989 as Public Relations Director. And today he joins the players, coaches, and executives who embody our traditions. Alex built his career across 37 years since the start with the Magic, 14 years as CEO of the franchise, where he engaged and motivated hundreds of employees, fans, and players. It's fitting that a person who inspired so much of the Magic story now takes his rightful place in the pages of our history in the Orlando Magic Hall of Fame. And so over the nearly 4 decades, Alex has guided this franchise through growth, change, and opportunity, always with integrity, fortitude, and long-term community-focused perspective. Under his leadership, the Magic organization has earned many different business records, including record increases in attendance, premium and corporate sales, season ticket holders, as well as what is the latest and greatest Advent Health Trading Center that really makes a difference, not only again to the organization, but I think also to the community. And he has deepened our presence all across Central Florida and built a culture centered on people, purpose, and innovation. And for our family, Alex has been more than a leader. He has been a trusted steward of the franchise, someone who understands the unique power of sports and how sports brings people together and helps strengthen the communities that they serve. And to me, for the last 15 years, Alex has been a trusted advisor, partner, and friend as we have worked closely together side by side for those many years. I'm looking forward to what's coming up next because I know there's more to come. My dad would often speak about opportunity and responsibility that comes with it. And Alex just doesn't understand that calling. You seized it, embraced it, and expanded it. You live it every day. Because of your leadership, the Magic just aren't a team we're proud of. They're a community asset for our family, our friends, and our city that loves and trusts the organization. And that is your true legacy. That is how you will be remembered today and for future generations of Magic fans and leaders to come. Congratulations, Alex. Now I'd like to introduce somebody who has been by Alex side by side also for many years and has seen his leadership firsthand and has been part of this organization for about the same 30 years now too. So please welcome our president of Business Operations, Charlie Freeman.
Well, welcome everyone. It's great to have you here, and thank you, Dan. Before I get into Alex's accomplishments, would like to start with a quick story. For those of you who may not know, Alex has an unbelievable eye for details, okay? And during the construction of the Kia Center, Alex and I would walk this building every single week with the construction team, with the architects, and almost every single time we would find something that was either wrong or needed to be fixed, etc. And then about 6 months in, Alex finally decided he was going to go on vacation. So I was like, great, I finally get a break. I get a week off. Nope, not a chance. Alex from Colorado uses the webcam on the Truist building across the street to tell me that there's something wrong with the tower. And he says, Charlie, is there something wrong? That just doesn't look right. And sure enough, he was right. From a webcam while on vacation, we had one more thing to fix. So Alex has a relentless standard for excellence, and I had a front row seat to that for 20 years. That standard, that commitment to getting it right, that didn't just shape a building. It shaped an organization, it shaped a culture, and it helped shape the Orlando Magic. It's a privilege, and for me personally, and very meaningful to be able to be here to recognize Alex here today. As Dan mentioned, from a 1989 young PR director to leading the organization as CEO for the last 14 years, Alex has been a very meaningful part of Orlando Magic history. Before banners, before the Kia Center, before downtown Orlando became what it is today, Alex just didn't witness that growth. He was an integral part of it. Nearly 4 decades of leadership, growth, and consistency, Alex has helped transform the Magic into one of the NBA's model franchises. He was always grounded on one principle: doing it the right way. What truly defines Alex, as Dan mentioned, is the culture that he built. He believed in people at every level of this organization. He created a place where people wanted to work, where people grew, where people stayed. And we continue to receive recognition as a top organization here today. That's not accidental. That's all because of Alex. Community impact. Alex's impact extends far beyond basketball. He's been a true steward of this community, working alongside business, civic, and community leaders, helping position the Magic as a cornerstone of Central Florida. His fingerprints are all over this city. Now, on a personal level, Alex has meant a great deal to me. His belief, his trust, his guidance have shaped my journey, and he is someone I've learned from each and every day. And Alex, for that, I'm incredibly thankful. Thank you so much. So today, Alex joins a Hall of Fame filled with players, coaches, and leaders who define Magic basketball. It's only fitting that the person that helped guide that story, who protected it, who elevated it, now takes place alongside them. Alex, on behalf of the DeVos family, our players, our coaches, our staff, our partners, and our fans, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, for your integrity, for your belief in this organization and your city, for your belief in me. Congratulations on this incredible, well-deserved honor, and for your induction into the Orlando Magic Hall of Fame. Let's give it a round of applause for Alex. You're a dear friend, and we're so happy for you, Alex. David, I'll kick it back to you.
Well done, Charlie. Well done, Dan. Boy, you guys just nailed it, what Alex has meant to this franchise and the Central Florida community. If I could bring Dan up and Alex up, I think it's time to unveil the Hall of Fame podium for Mr. Alex Martins.
Wow. Thank you. Standing here today, I'm incredibly honored and honestly overwhelmed. When I think about what this franchise has meant to me in this city, I'm filled with gratitude and a deep sense of pride for what we've all built together. Being recognized by an organization that's been such a central part of my life, my family's life, my career, my heart, is an honor that I will never take for granted or ever forget. Being inducted into the Orlando Magic Hall of Fame isn't something that I ever imagined for myself. When I started with the Magic back in 1989, let alone when I started my first job in sports at the age of 16, scooping Italian ice at New York Giants Stadium. This is an honor that I share with every single person who's been part of this incredible journey. To be inducted into the Magic Hall of Fame isn't just about me, it's about the people, the relationships, and the shared dream that brought us here to this incredible organization and to this incredible city. First, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the DeVos family. Your vision, your values, and faith in people shape not only this organization, but this entire Orlando community. Your unwavering commitment has made this franchise one of integrity, compassion, and excellence. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your continued trust in everyone in this organization. I'm deeply grateful to you for the trust that you placed in me and for the example that you've set as owners and leaders. You've always treated me and everyone here like family, and I thank you for this incredible honor. Rich DeVos taught us that business success and community responsibility go hand in hand, and that principle continues to guide everything the Orlando Magic does. Rich, he always told us to call him Rich, taught us that success means lifting others up along the way, and that his belief that our organization could be something much bigger than basketball. He always talked about being caretakers of this team, and that spirit guided all of us, that the Magic ultimately belonged to this community and to our fans. Rich was a mentor to me and someone whose principles and leadership skills I tried to embody every day. I think about his words and beliefs often, and they continue to guide me and the Magic's purpose every single day. We all miss him, but his stamp will always be on this organization. Dan, I don't know where to start to personally thank you. You trusted in me and advocated to your family some 15 years ago for me to take on the role of CEO, and you've been my biggest supporter ever since. You gave me the opportunity to help lead this organization, and you've been the greatest boss anyone could ever hope for. Thank you for your leadership, thank you for your trust, and thank you for allowing me to be at your side. I've also been blessed to work alongside some incredible leaders in our organization, starting with those in our basketball operations and front office. It all started with Jimmy Hewitt and Pat Williams, whose vision helped bring the Magic to Orlando and laid the foundation for everything that followed. I'm indebted to Pat for originally hiring me here in 1989, and when the team joined the NBA as an expansion franchise. John Gabriel, who guided the franchise through some pivotal years and helped shape our identity, thank you for your confidence, your trust, and most importantly, your friendship. We love you, Gabe. Pat and John were the architects of that first Magic NBA Finals team in 1995, the team that put Orlando Magic basketball on the map. Otis Smith, who built a team that reached the 2009 NBA Finals and created some of the most memorable moments in our history. And more recently, my friends Jeff Weltman, John Hammond, and now Anthony Parker have brought a steady hand and a clear plan for the future. I've been grateful to have partnered with them as we continue as an organization building this team the right way. On the sideline, we've had coaches who left an enormous imprint on this franchise. Brian Hill, who led us to our first NBA Finals, and who also helped put Orlando on the basketball map. Doc Rivers, who brought a culture of resilience and competitiveness every single night. Stan Van Gundy, who guided us back to the finals behind a modern, exciting style of play that our fans embraced. And in more recent years, coaches like Jamal Mosley, who have given so much of themselves to this organization, to our players, and to our community. Of course, none of this happens without our players. The heart of the team and the reason that our fans fill Kia Center every night. I've had the privilege of having a front row seat and to have worked with legends who have defined eras for this franchise. They've made magic, literally and figuratively, and given this city moments that we will never forget. I think back to those early years that put the Magic on the map with Shaquille O'Neal, Dennis Scott, and Penny Hardaway, electrifying the old Orlando arena, bringing us to our first NBA Finals. Later, watching Tracy McGrady put on scoring performances that people still talk about today. Then the Dwight Howard era, when we returned to the NBA Finals with a group that embodied toughness, unselfishness, and belief. Alongside them were players like Nick Anderson and Jeff Turner, whose loyalty and heart defined what it meant to wear a Magic jersey. Darrell Armstrong and Bo Outlaw, the ultimate examples of perseverance, heart, and hustle. And Jameer Nelson and Hito Turkoglu, who played huge roles in some of our greatest playoff runs, just to name a few. But behind the scenes are the unsung heroes, our staff. The people who every day, often without spotlight or headlines, make sure that game nights run flawlessly, that our fans are welcomed like family, and that our community programs reach those who need them most. From ticketing and marketing to facilities, communications, community relations, and more. You're the reason our organization runs with purpose and pride. I share this honor with all of you. To all the colleagues and teammates I've worked alongside over the years, from our executive team, department leaders, and staff, to the people who make sure that games run flawlessly, that our fans are welcome like family and are highly entertained, the ushers, the ticket takers, our friends who feed us so exceptionally well at Levy, the security team, and our EMTs. This honor belongs to all of you as much as it does to me. You are the unsung heroes. You take pride in the details, in every fan's experience, and in representing this city with class. I've been fortunate to work with people who care deeply about doing things the right way, who showed up early, stayed late, and treated every fan, every partner, and every coworker with respect and kindness. The people behind the scenes are the heartbeat of this organization. We challenged each other to be the best, to innovate, to be examples of excellence in our league that others would follow. I've said it before, and I mean it from the heart. I would take the Orlando Magic staff over any other staff in all of professional sports. Of course, I would be remiss if I did not thank my longtime assistant, Lindsay Laciana, who has kept it all together for me. Lindsay, you have become a part of our family, and I can't thank you enough for all those years of support. Building this Kia Center remains one of the most memorable moments of my career and one of the greatest collaborative efforts in our city's history. This arena wasn't just a construction project, it was a statement about Orlando, about who we are and what we can accomplish when public and private sectors work hand in hand. We always remember our great friend Harvey Massey, who famously proclaimed to do them all, do them now, and do them right, which became the rallying cry for the successful campaign to build our community venues. We miss you, Harvey. Every time I walk through the doors of the Kia Center, I'm reminded of what teamwork, far beyond the basketball court, can accomplish. I'll be forever grateful to Mayor Buddy Dyer for his bold leadership, his partnership, and most importantly, his friendship. Buddy, your friendship is one that I will cherish forever. To our friends across the business and civic community who have been our partners, and many, you know who you are, have become lifelong friends. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your commitment to our community. And most importantly, thank you for your friendship. Hosting the NBA All-Star Weekends in 1992 and 2012 was another special milestone. It was a celebration not only of basketball, but of everything that our city has become: vibrant, welcoming, full of pride. Orlando shined to the world on those weekends, and I couldn't have been prouder. And perhaps the work that's closest to my heart, the Orlando Magic Youth Foundation. Through the foundation, we've been able to touch and improve the lives of countless children and families, giving back to the community that has given us so much. There's no greater reward than knowing that the Magic can make a lasting difference well beyond the court. I've said on numerous occasions that the day that we award the OMYF grants to those organizations who work every day to improve the lives of the youth in our community are some of my favorite days of the year. The lives touched through that work, the younger people who have been given opportunities to grow, learn, and dream, that's what matters most. That's what I believe Rich DeVos envisioned all those years ago. To our fans, you are the reason we do this. You were there for the big moments, the playoff runs, the buzzer beaters, the banner-raising nights, and you were there in tougher seasons when belief and patience were tested. Your passion is what has made this more than a job for me. It has made it a calling. When we talk about Magic above all, we're talking about you, the fans. And the last shall be first. To my family, my wife Juliet, our girls Sophia and Gabrielle, my father who's watching at home, get well soon, Dad, and to my extended family, thank you for your love, your sacrifices, and your understanding through long seasons, late nights, and countless events. I miss a lot of family events due to the nature of this business, and I thank all of you for your patience, understanding, and love. Any recognition that I receive is only possible because of your support and your willingness to share this journey with me. I love you all. As I reflect on my career, what stands out most are not titles on a business card or an honor such as this. As meaningful as they are, it's the relationships. With Mr. D, the DeVos family, with Commissioner Silver and the NBA league staff, colleagues around the NBA and in the sports industry, general managers and coaches who poured themselves into building this team, partners, team members, and players whose careers and lives I've watched grow, with colleagues, partners, and team members who became lifelong friends. With my family at UCF, and with community leaders and a community that has embraced this franchise as its own. I've been incredibly fortunate and blessed to spend my career being part of something that's larger than myself. Helping build and sustain an organization that brings people together, creates lifelong memories, and uses the power of sport to make a difference. I guess the moral of the story is love what you do, love who you work with, love who you work for, and you will never work a day in your life. I love what I do, I love this organization, and I love all of you that I have worked alongside. Thus, I don't feel like I've worked a day of my life. The Magic are my family, and it's been the honor of my life to help build something that will continue to inspire long after all of us are gone. So thank you to the DeVos family, to the Magic organization for this incredible honor, for their leadership and their faith in me. I am humbled, I am grateful, and I am proud, more than anything, to call Orlando and the Orlando Magic home. Thank you.
That was great, Alex. Thank you so much. And boy, a giant in pro sports, a giant in this community, and what a well-deserved honor today. We're all glad that we're here to witness this, I'm sure. So right now, the ceremony is over. The media will do interviews with Alex and whoever else you'd like up here around the Hall of Fame area. And then for everyone else, there's lunch in the atrium. So just make your way down here to my right, your left. The escalators down into the Disney atrium, and lunch will be provided. Again, thank you again. Congratulations, Alex Martin.
Orlando Magic CEO Alex Martins, former Orlando Magic CEO Alex Martins, inducted into the Team Hall of Fame. He's now the vice chair, but served as CEO for 14 years after beginning his career as the team's PR director back in 1989. So a long career, and well-deserving of that honor, being inducted into the Team Hall of Fame this afternoon in that ceremony inside Kia Center. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and there's a live look at President Trump entering the facility in Memphis for this roundtable discussion about safety and cracking down on crime in Memphis. You see the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth there as well, Attorney General Pam Bondi, a number of other officials at this event where President Trump in news releases and on social media has been touting what he says is the effectiveness of this task force that was put into place in Memphis to address a crime in that area. They are touting numbers showing more than 7,400 arrests, 1,200 illegal guns seized, 150 missing children located, and they're saying that overall crime in Memphis down more than 43% compared to the same time period last year, and saying that this task force has been a big part of that reason why. You see on the background there, it says "Making America Safe Again." President Trump expected to make some remarks here as this event gets underway. And so let's go ahead and listen in here. Looks like they're still introducing him with the song "God Bless the USA." Getting a standing ovation from a lot of the folks inside the room there who are recording this moment on their cell phones there as they are just feet away from the President of the United States, who is there. I also see Kash Patel, the FBI director at this event, and several other officials who I can't exactly tell who they are from here, but a number of officials part of this roundtable discussion that the president's first visit to Memphis as the sitting president. It's a place he has talked about quite a bit in the lead up to the creation of this task force. So let's go ahead and listen in as he begins to speak.
Place with the best sound system. I don't know who did. Sounds like the finest opera hall in anywhere in the world. Let's come back here more often. So often you have sound systems that aren't the greatest. And there's nothing worse, making a speech when nobody can hear you. This is beautiful and it's a great place. And Memphis has to like me because I have a lot of friends here and they were not happy a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, and now they said, we can't believe what's happened in terms of crime, in terms of what's gone on and the job that these people and some of the great people, many of the great people in the audience have done. And that's why I'm here today. In fact, we were going to cancel because we have a couple of events going on, as you probably noticed. So they said, oh, we'll cancel Memphis. I said, we're not canceling Memphis for anything. We're not canceling. We're not going to cancel Memphis, but we do have some big things happening, and very positive, I have to say. So before getting to our important discussion this morning, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury, which is a very good name, as it turns out. That was a name. They showed me 20 names. Sir, what name would you like? I didn't like any of them. And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be kidding. What? Operation Epic Fury. I love that name. And it's very appropriate for what's taken place, if you know, in Iran, because we knocked out their Navy, we knocked out their Air Force, we knocked out their anti-aircraft, we knocked out everything, and we did it with fury, actually. As I announced earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. They have very, very big, new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions. And you have to understand, I know my whole life has been a negotiation, but with Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time. And this time, they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. So hopefully this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one. Marcia 3. I'll tell you what, Martha, we would have nuclear weapons up there when, would you say, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago? We would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position. Over the past 3 weeks, the United States military and our partners have been decimating Iran's military capabilities with overwhelming firepower, skill, lethality, and force, and we're destroying their ballistic missiles and drones programs with launchers down by more than 90%. We're hitting their launchers at a level that nobody even thought of before. 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them, because most of them have been annihilated. But we've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy. We had 158 ships are down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you capture it? We could have used them. They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the sea. But they're not there anymore. So we eliminated their Navy, Pete, right? And that's gone. We eliminated their Air Force. We eliminated all of their air defense, everything. We eliminated everything there is to eliminate, and we eliminated them. We eliminated their leaders. We had the first set of leaders. They're gone. Then they met, 88 people met. And it's sad. I mean, it's sad they couldn't have made a deal. We could have made a deal with them a long time ago. Then the second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader, and they're now extinguished. And then they're meeting again, but now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised. Everybody was surprised. And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and our allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet. In addition to all of this, we're working on so many different things. You know, our economy was fantastic. We had a Dow at 50,000. They say it couldn't happen in 4 years. It wouldn't happen during my term. But if I got anywhere close, it would be a great success. Well, in my first year, we hit 50,000. And with the S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit that in our first term. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60. There's no end. or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that, and I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that I won't be. We were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully, we won't have to do it, and hopefully, we can make a deal that's good for all of us, including the Middle Eastern allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing. In addition, after the appalling lines and massive disruptions at major airports nationwide last weekend, I am again demanding that Democrats in Congress immediately end their disgraceful shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and restore the full funding for airport security and the TSA. They are holding it up because they want to take care of illegal immigrants coming into our country. They want to take care of criminals that are in sanctuary cities. They want to take care of transgender for everybody, literally the mutilization of our children, men in women's sports. But what they don't want to do is give us anything to do with citizenship for voting or voter ID. Can you imagine? We're the only country that doesn't do voter ID. Every country does voter ID. Brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it all, and it's part of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle of the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. I actually suggested that in the airports they take off their masks, and they did that. In the airports, I'm a big believer in the mask because we have, Biden allowed hundreds of thousands of killers into our country. We're rapidly getting them out, by the way. But they would go after these people if they knew exactly who they were. But in the airports, it's different. I didn't love the look in the airport as you get off the plane. So I made a request and they agreed to it. So they're not going to be doing that. We will also bring out, if we don't have enough, we will bring out the National Guard and where we need it to help out at the airports. But we're not going to let this happen. It's extortion by the Democrats. They're holding up money that's already been approved, and now they're willing to go $5 billion reduction in ICE in order to get the approval on a deal that they approved, the great big beautiful deal, which is the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. They want to basically renegotiate a deal that they already approved, and they're doing it largely for a criminal element. So also the Democrats are putting our country at great risk during this period of time, a period that they call a war. They call it a war. We call it a military operation. Their leaders during this time are, as you want to say, They're in a never land. Schumer is gone. I mean, he's a Palestinian. He should be fighting on the side of Palestine. He's actually become a Palestinian leader. I don't know. I've never seen a man change so much. He used to be pro-Israel. Now he's pro-Palestine. I've never seen anything like it. And, you know, he's worried he's going to lose his next election, which it only depends if anybody runs against him. If anybody runs against him, he'll lose. But he's gone very wacky and very dangerous for our country. But we want all of those things. We have to have them. We want voter ID. We want proof of citizenship as part of our funding. We want to merge them so that we can get the great, big, beautiful bill in action, and we can get the America and Save America. You know, they called it the SAVE Act, but nobody knew what the SAVE Act was. So I said, you have to call it, you have to, under any circumstances, you have to call it the Save America Act, because everybody knows what that is. So they want funding taken away from the ICE patriots who are responsible for getting rid of the criminals that Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, and his gang of thugs in the White House. You talk about weaponization. They weaponize everybody. You know, when Pam looks at somebody, oh, it's weaponization. They've indicted me. What they've done to me and everybody else, it's a disgrace. They're the weaponizers, and what they've done to people, can never let that happen again. We can never let them get away with it again. They are the greatest weaponizers. Fortunately, it didn't work, because here I am with you. So it didn't work out too well. Didn't work out too well. But they want to have people come into our country. And so many of these people are murderers. They're drug dealers. They're the worst criminals anywhere in the world. They want them in our country. They don't want them to come out. They make it almost impossible, but we get them out anyway. They should have never been allowed to enter our sacred ground. These people should have never, they came from all over the world. They came from all over. They came from the Congo in Africa. They came from all over South America, Asia, everywhere. And they were from jails and mental institutions. They were drug dealers. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. In any event, the Democrats are being blamed by the American people for the catastrophe going on right now at our airports and at other points of transportation and beyond. And we want the public to know we're not going to let them out of this trap that they created for themselves. And I'm suggesting very strongly that the Republicans, in going for the Save America Act, that you weld it into exactly this, because voter ID is part of Homeland Security. Think of it. We're talking about two separate items, but they're really the same. Voter ID is part of Homeland Security. And citizenship, proof of citizenship, is part of Homeland Security. So I think it should be welded in. I think it should be together. You should vote together, because the public has not liked what they've done at the airports. And they've done it, and the public understands it. They've gotten wise to them. Republicans do not settle with Democrats and let them out of this hole that they've buried themselves in. You have to take the votes in the Senate to approve. You need votes to approve. We have to get Democrat votes. And at a certain point, if you could get rid of the filibuster, it would be great. It would be great. Get rid of the filibuster and get it all done. So we'll get it done. We want another thing. We can, or we don't have to, add those other items. And by the way, they say they're 80-20 items. They're not 80-20. They're 99-1. Men playing in women's sports is a 99-1. You look at transgender mutilization of our children, that's a 99-1. And we have that in the bill, too. So they won't sign it. Then let the people reject them. And what we have to do is we have to win the midterms. This is the most important election, because all of the gains that we've made, we built the greatest economy, the greatest military. I built the military in my first term, and we built the greatest military in the world. We're showing it now with Venezuela, with Iran. Everybody knows we have the greatest, most powerful military in the world. And we're in a position that we haven't seen. We're respected. You know, our country now is respected all over the world. A year and a half ago, we were a laughingstock. We were a laughingstock. The King of Saudi told me a year and a half ago, he said, President, I can't believe what's happened to America. 1 year ago, you were a laughingstock. Nobody thought you could ever survive. Now you're the hottest country. Use that expression. He said, now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we are now. Congratulations, because we're all partners in this deal. You're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's really amazing. So I congratulate you. It's a great feeling, because we were laughed at for 4 years with this guy that should have never been president. So I'm tying Homeland Security into voter identification with picture and proof of citizenship in order to vote. And those two items are the most important thing having to do with Homeland Security. So it should be part of the Homeland Security bill. And I'm requesting that the Republican senators do that immediately. You don't have to take a fast vote. Don't worry about Easter going home. In fact, make this one for Jesus, okay? Make this one for Jesus. That's what I tell them. That would be a damn good thing. The most important part of Homeland Security is voter ID and proof of citizenship. Nobody can vote on Homeland Security without voter ID or proof of citizenship. And you can't have Homeland Security without voter ID or proof of citizenship. So we're tying them together. So now, if you don't mind, let's get to the reason why I'm in Memphis and why you're doing so well. Because Fred Smith, everybody know Fred Smith? He was a friend of mine, and he created, from a sort of failed report at like Harvard or whatever, he did a business report, a concept he had, that was his thesis, a concept he had to build a company, and it was FedEx. So he gave this thing where he takes packages, he delivers them. Who the heck knows what he put down? Bottom line is they gave him a lousy mark. I don't know if they passed him or not, but they didn't give him a good mark. They say, this is the most ridiculous business plan we've ever seen. Fred, go back to the drawing board and try something else, because this won't work. Well, he decided to go for it, and he built FedEx, and it's an amazing story. And he was a very good friend of mine. But he would tell me that he didn't know what to do about Memphis. It was so dangerous that they would have a board meeting, and the board members, they were demanded that they could not walk 1 block to their hotel. You know the hotel I'm talking about. It was so dangerous. And now they tell me this is like an entirely different place. It's like Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., we had the same thing, and now it's amazing. It's such an honor to. If only more governors, your governor called, and he said, we love it. Your mayor has been terrific. Your mayor has been terrific. But look at the results that you've got. Look at the results. And everybody should do it. You know, if I was Chicago, Pritzker, he's a failed governor. All he has to do is say, President, we're having a problem in Chicago. Could you come in and fix it? We'd have it fixed in 2 months. It would be good. It would be good in 2 months. It would be great in 4 months. You'd have almost no crime. But he can't do it. And it just keeps going the same way. So that's the reason I'm here, to tell you how well you've done, how well we've done. I mean, I just came in and people greeted me, sir, thank you very much for what you've done. I said, oh, where are you from? Memphis. What did I do? You stopped crime. And your sheriffs are so thankful. And, oh, you haven't seen it yet. You know, we've just been here a short while. In another 2 or 3 months, you're going to have, like, no crime. And, you know, we take these criminals. Is that our handsome senator down there, Bill? Is that our handsome senator, Bill? You got both of them down, but you're going to have a new governor here soon, I guess, huh? You're going to have a very new governor. Would you two stand up as senators? Please stand up. Two of the greatest people. Two of the greatest people. They never let me down, you know? Some let me down. They never let me down. Thank you. Last September, my administration launched the initiative modeled on D.C. Safe Task Force in our nation's capital. One of the most amazing things. I mean, I hate to say it, now I can say it, but our nation's capital was one of the most dangerous places on earth. People were being killed that go in from Iowa, they go from Indiana to see the Washington Monument, and their parents would get a phone call they've been killed. And it was happening a lot. It was really bad. And like this, actually, yours was at a level higher, to be honest with you. It was really bad. But it was happening a lot. And now you walk down Washington, it's like everybody that sees me in Washington, we've been doing that another couple of months longer. Everybody sees me in Washington, they say, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." And I immediately know what. You know, they could thank me for a lot of things. I said, are they thanking me for the economy? I know immediately. We have people working in the White House, young women. They walk, I would say normally beautiful young women. Ever since I got elected, I don't like to say that, because usually when you say a beautiful woman, isn't she beautiful? That's the end of your political career. So I never say that. But young women coming up to me and they're saying, "Sir, thank you so much." I know immediately what they're talking about. I say, how big a difference is it? They say, "We walk to work. We were afraid to walk into an Uber. We were afraid to walk into a car. The car would be, it didn't matter. The car was being robbed when we were in the car. And it was much more than being robbed. Being robbed was the least of it. And we took out over 3,000 people. And you know, there's an expression that 90% of the crime is caused by 2% of the population. And when you hear that, you realize why we can do such a good job. We moved 3,000 people out, permanently out of Washington. These were career criminals. Many of them came in through the Biden open border disaster. They came in. They weren't there. They came in. They said, "We want to live in Washington where they'll take good care of us, give us plenty of welfare." And we got them all out. We moved them back to their countries. Sometimes we'd put them in prison because they were so dangerous. We had one person who killed 4 people in a short period of time. Many of the people, 11,888, 50% of them in our country, they came from jails. Other countries opened their jails and let them into our country because Biden and his great border czar, the border czar who never once went to the border, never once called Border Patrol. But his great border, perhaps you've heard her, Kamala. Has anyone heard of Kamala? She was the border czar. That was like having nothing as a border czar. And they poured into our country, and they made our country very, very unsafe. And the job that ICE and Border Patrol have done, they don't get the appreciation they deserve. They are great American patriots. They're incredible people. So we brought together 22 federal agencies, state and local police, and 1,500 members of the incredible National Guard to smash the grip of the violent criminals on this iconic American city. The city is incredible. People love it so much, but they're just fed up. They can't stay, and now they're staying. I had somebody backstage say, "Sir, I was ready to leave, and now we're staying." I said, "Don't worry, it's going to get much better. It just takes a little more time." Like our D.C. efforts, the Memphis Task Force has been led by our Director of U.S. Marshal Services, Gadi Seralta, who's incredible. Where's Gadi? Gadi, you are unbelievable. And I want to thank you for the work. He did a job in Washington. So when I heard Memphis, I said, I want the same guy that did Washington. Because that went, you're going to tell us when you get up which was more difficult, all right? But members are known all over the world as the home of Graceland. You know I'm going to see Graceland after this? I think, is that right? I love Elvis. I never met Elvis. Everyone said, did you? I met them all. I met Sinatra. I knew all of them. I never met Elvis. Sometimes I feel I should tell the little fibs that I knew him well. I love Elvis, but I never met him. But I'm going to go see Graceland after this, I think. I'm sure it's not going to be a very long stay, but I want to see that. But for years prior to our involvement, Memphis had become known for something else, being the murder capital of the USA. That's not a good title. It was averaging far more than one murder per day, with a crime rate higher than Colombia, Mexico City, or Baghdad. In the year, I shouldn't be saying this, but here's the good news. It's been fixed, all right? I hate to say this because it's so negative. It's so negative. In the year before I took office, Memphis saw more than 12,500 violent assaults, 429 rapes, and 7,600 burglaries and armed robberies. And I mean, it was getting worse. This catastrophe was a result of years of local politicians, judges, and prosecutors who sided with violent criminals over law-abiding citizens. Basically, liberals, or now they like to go with the word progressives. You don't hear liberal. They're liberal. I don't like progressive because it's a beautiful word. You know, they use progressive because that's the only thing they're good at, politics, I guess. You know, they're bad at policy because all these policies are bad, but they're great at politics, and they do stick together. They stick together, they're good at politics, but they're bad at policy because they can't sell open borders, they can't sell transgender for everyone, they can't sell men and women's sport, so they can be the greatest politicians in the world, and that's why I'm here instead of them, I guess. But just as we have in D.C., here in Memphis, we've achieved one of the largest, fastest declines in violent crime ever recorded. So that's something, right? Ever recorded. In fact, you're half a percentage point away from the record, so we'll catch them in the next month or two, all right? I think that's going to happen. But that includes a 60% drop in robberies, a 74% drop in carjacking, and motor vehicle thefts. We have always achieved numbers that are good. These numbers are right on line to be among the best that we've done, and wherever we do this, we have very similar results. We were in New Orleans, where the governor called us, as you know, and we went to New Orleans. They just had Mardi Gras. They said it's the first, it sounds terrible, but it's the first Mardi Gras we've ever had where there was no murder. Can you imagine? Doesn't sound too good, but, you know, we're talking about the facts. And they said we had the lowest crime that we've ever had on Mardi Gras, which is almost nothing. We went there about 4 months ago. We did a great job. So we've achieved a 70% reduction in murders from the peak in this place. In total, we've arrested 7,000 criminals, seized more than 1,100 illegal guns, taken more than 1,000 pounds of illicit narcotics, and rescued more than 150 missing children, making their parents beyond happy. So I'd like you to please join me in thanking, I tell you, every single law enforcement hero here today. We have a small number compared to what's doing the job, who helped make Memphis safe again. Memphis, just so you know, with all of the things we said, you have now developed a reputation as a city that's coming back stronger than any city in the country because of what's happened with crime and because your political leaders had the courage to do what they did. So I'd like you to also say a special welcome and hello to the Tennessee National Guard, the Memphis Police Department, ICE, CBP, the ATF, DEA, Homeland Security Investigations, the U.S. Marshals, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and all of law enforcement. Everybody got together and they said, we're going to make Memphis great again. And they really did. It's so good. But, you know, I talk about how good it is. We're at 75%. Some people say 80, 81%. That still leaves 20%. You're going to be down in another 2 months, 3 months, I think, Addie. We're going to be down to almost no crime. You're going to be an almost crime-free city. You're going to be so proud of it. People are going to stay. They're going to actually come back because you have everything going, but you have that one horrible cloud over your head. And essentially, people know it's happening, but essentially in another 2 months, you're not going to have anything. You're going to have a virtually crime-free city. So today I'm pleased to announce that the Secretary of War used to be the Secretary of Defense. We made a minor change. We like the sound of it better. That the Secretary of War has just signed a directive to ensure that all National Guard members serving on this task force, as well as in D.C., New Orleans, and our border security missions, will receive the same benefits as active duty troops because you deserve it. That's not bad. That's not bad. So before we leave, I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. These are great people. Chief of the National Guard Bureau General Stephen Nordhaus, FBI Director Kash Patel, wonderful guy, actually. You got to get to know him. Once you get to know him, he's a wonderful guy. I've known him too long, right? He's a good guy. DEA Administrator Terry Cole, what a job he's done. Acting Director of ICE, where's Terry? Good job, Terry. What a job. In Washington, too. Acting Director of ICE, Todd Lyons. Todd, great. Thank you, Todd. Good job. Head of the ATF, Rob Cicada. Rob, thank you, Rob. Head of the Tennessee Highway Patrol, Colonel Matt Perry. Thanks, Matt. And head of the Tennessee National Guard, Major General Warner Ross.
President Trump speaking at this Safe Task Force roundtable discussion going on right now in Memphis. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll get you right back to it on the other side, so keep it here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to Memphis, Tennessee, where President Trump is taking part in this Safe Task Force roundtable, talking about the crime and safety in Memphis. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We love. These are the people we love. So I want to thank you all. Speaker of the Tennessee House of Representatives, and I hear this guy, I hear he's fantastic. Cameron Sexton, where is he? I have heard such good things about you. And you're working on a very specific bill right now. I know all about you. That's great. Let me know when it's finished. You know, you got to send me a copy, okay? That's great. Thank you, Cameron. You're doing a great job. Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner. Thank you, Floyd. National President of the Fraternal Order of Police. Oh, that's a big one. He gave me his endorsement. Patrick Yost. Where's Patrick? He gave me his endorsement. I said, well, what's your endorsement worth? How many members? He said, sir, we have 490,000 members. I said, that's a good endorsement. Patrick, do you think anybody outside of, within law enforcement, did anybody vote for Kamala that you know of? Don't say it. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Don't say it. But thank you, Pat. That's great. We had an unbelievable. I do believe we got 98, 99% with law enforcement, and why not? President of the National Sheriff's Association, Chris West. Chris, thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Stand up, Chris. Thank you. Well, why are you so far back there, Chris? You deserve to be in the front row. The National President of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Matt Silverman. Great guy, too. All great guys, all guys we know. All guys, thank you, Matt. They're all guys that supported me, Pam, every one of them. For years, our leaders allowed entire cities in America to be destroyed by crime, drugs, and gang violence. Tolerating this violence was always a choice. 19 of the 20 most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats. I'm surprised. I thought it was 20 of 20. I don't know why it's 19. I don't believe it. It's like, I heard it was 25 out of 25. Well, I'll find out about it because I don't believe it's right. Whoever wrote that statistic is wrong. But under the Trump administration, we believe that no city or neighborhood should be left behind. In Memphis, the crime became so horrible that residents were made prisoners of violence in their own community, in their own home. But with the help of the great people right here at this table and right here, it's a whole different story right now. It's changing fast, and it'll be record-setting in a very short period of time, and I'll be here to celebrate it with you. You know, it's a very special state to me. I won this state, Bill, by numbers that nobody's ever won it before. We have the all-time record for votes. So I happen to like the state. I love Tennessee. Maybe someday I'll move to Tennessee. I might have to move there. No, I love it. You never know what that is. You know, you just have a relationship with the state. It's a lot safer than relationships with other things, I can tell you as a politician. But I especially want to thank Speaker Sexton, who's working with the task force to pass model bills that will be toughen crime, to deliver permanent safety to the people of Memphis. And really, I don't know if you know, but they're looking at this all over the country, what you're doing. They're studying it. That's why I know your name so well. And all over the country, they're studying it. And so I hope you do a great job, as simple as you can and as complex in the sense of we want to be tough. We want to be strong on crime because that's the thing. We want to have heart. We want to have fairness, but we have to be tough because some of these people are bad people that should have never been allowed to be here. Since I took office, we have successfully arrested or removed from the country over 500,000 hard-line criminals. And under our leadership last year, the murder rate nationwide saw the single largest decline ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's something. That's something. And this is despite the fact that they allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of those people should never have been allowed into our country. So now I'd like to ask Director Gadi Seralta, who's really a special guy, and I've lived with him because of Washington, D.C. I saw what he did, but to say a few words. And congratulations for what you've done everywhere, but today we're only interested in one place, Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you very much. Gadi?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. So good morning to you, and thank you, Mr. President. Today we celebrate the successes of this incredible mission and all our federal, state, local, and National Guard teammates who have contributed mightily to the Memphis Safe Task Force. Mr. President, it is an honor to be entrusted by you to lead this amazing task force as Director of the United States Marshal Service. Your decisiveness in responding to state and local leaders' requests for federal assistance is inspiring. It was just over 6 months ago when you signed the executive order restoring law and order in Memphis. At that point, the city of Memphis was overwhelmed with unprecedented levels of violent crime, to include some of the nation's highest per capita rates of murder, robbery, and aggravated assault. Memphis residents could not safely enjoy a walk downtown. Parents were fearful of their children playing outside, and local businesses struggled to prosper. The mission you gave us was clear and concise. Crime will not prevail in Memphis, period. The city will not be surrendered to lawlessness. President Trump, thank you for your leadership. We had a blueprint, quickly restoring order and reducing violent crime, given our success with Operation Make DC Safe and Beautiful, as you mentioned. We began our deployment to Memphis and commenced operations on September 29, 2025 with 20 partner agencies and 200 task force members. Now we partner with 33 multi-agency teams throughout the Memphis area. We have the support of over 2,700 officers and National Guard members who comprise the Memphis Safe Task Force, most of which are out here in the audience. In just over 6 months, the Memphis Safe Task Force has made over 7,342 arrests, this is last week's numbers, with charges ranging from homicide, there was 44 of those, 812 drug offenses, and 757 gang-related offenses. We have seized over 1,200 illegal firearms and located and returned 150 missing children. Each of these arrests and seizures of illegal contraband have a ripple effect, bringing justice to victims, relief to communities, and the prevention of future offenses or deadly accidents. Our work, however, has not just been about arrests and the seizure of illegal firearms and narcotics. Our Tennessee National Guard partners have made a significant impact while serving on the task force by administering several life-saving doses of Narcan to overdose victims, chasing down and detaining a fleeing murder suspect on Christmas Day, and providing immediate life-saving medical aid to the occupants of a vehicle collision on I-40. That's just a few of the things they've done. Similarly, our Health and Human Services Tactical Med, we call them TACMED, they're our doctors. Their team has treated almost 500 task force officers and related injuries during our operations. The fraud cell, the Memphis Safe Task Force Fraud Cell, has been a key contributor in targeting federal benefits fraud, organized crime, and other complex fraud matters. The Fraud Cell has more than 80 open investigations, 33 cases active with the United States Attorney's Office. Their recent efforts have resulted in 2 indictments of convicted sex offenders living in housing paid for by Housing and Urban Development, and 1 indictment for stealing benefits from a Social Security beneficiary. I would also like to recognize the work of Attorney General Bondi's incredible staff at the Western District of Tennessee. Their stats tell a remarkable story as well. They have increased the number of defendants charged by 221%, and the number of cases indicted by 204%. when compared to the same operational period last year. I see you smiling, Mike.
As this roundtable discussion continues, we've got to step aside, take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to go ahead and get you back to Memphis. We're hearing the director of the U.S. Marshals Service speak now at this roundtable discussion about a crackdown on crime and safety in Memphis. President Trump is there, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, a number of officials there. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
I think, thank you. What a great job. And I think, I see them sitting out there, your U.S. Attorney and your Assistant U.S. Attorney. You do a great job. Would you please stand up?
Michael Donovan.
Michael Donovan, Thank you, Michael. Thank you both. Great job. Thank you. Pam Bondi, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Some people choose to tolerate crime, but you chose law and order. And that's why this task force worked. It was all of us, as Gaddy said, working hand in hand with my FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals, ATF, with Kash, with Terry, with Rob, with Gaddy. Not only that, with Pete, with Department of War, with Homeland Security, with all of my agencies working hand in hand with the National Guard. When you went out there, when we came to Memphis, you could not tell who was with what agency, because everyone was working so well together. Our U.S. Attorney, Mike Donovan, was out there. And not only this, everyone needs to know, we met with this president multiple times about this endeavor. The president knew what was going on here. The president cared. People like Alice Johnson sitting in the front row, who is a Memphis resident, she told us what a horrible crime problem there was. And I think the unsung hero in all of this is Stephen Miller. Stephen is the architect of making all of these plans work. Stephen, thank you. Thank you. And just two very brief examples. There was a horrible murderer, Arsenio Davis, who last October committed a gruesome double homicide. He killed his mother and dismembered another person. And based on this task force working hand in hand, he's off the street. Another example, a horrible monster who's charged with raping a small child. This task force, all of these members working together, arrested him. We can give you countless examples of that. Over 770 gang members off the streets. And we know there's no normal day for a law enforcement officer. We know it's so dangerous what our law enforcement officers do. But know this, Donald Trump and this administration, we have your backs. Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam. And Pete Hegseth, who's been unbelievable at what he's doing, is nobody better. That was a wise choice. Pete, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your historic leadership on Operation Epic Fury. The success you've laid out was only possible because of the military you rebuilt, as well as the historic success here in Memphis. And I want to start by thanking every patriot in this room, in law enforcement, and the nearly 1,500 National Guard members for your heroic efforts in this operation. This is more than a task force. This is a statement not just in this city, but across the nation. When I look around this table, I'm looking at people that we work with every day: Governor, Kash, this team, the National Guard, Pam, Stephen, as was mentioned, Gaddy, the Speaker, at the federal level and the state level, working hand in glove. It doesn't happen any other way. You see, before President Trump, our nation was set on a perpetual course of decline. Our defense industrial base had been hollowed out. Our military had lowered its standard, prioritizing equity over merit and lethality. And right here in cities like Memphis, our people were focused on enduring just what seemed to be the status quo of rampant, vicious crime. Well, they let their cities burn to the ground, literally. In the name of hollow humanitarianism, weak leaders, and that's what it is, it's weak leaders, previously provided sanctuary for hordes of dangerous, illegal aliens who preyed on our most vulnerable. Soft on crime, defund the police nonsense tied the hands of our brave law enforcement heroes while the bad guys ran wild. And the most basic tenets of public safety, the foundations of any civilized society, were labeled as too toxic to implement. Well, not under President Trump. Such engineered chaos combined with a wide open border. By the way, thank you for agreeing to sign that declaration for the Memphis troops, the DC troops, and the troops on our border. They'll now be paid and get benefits just like folks on active duty. Thank you for that, Mr. President. It's an important step of demonstrating how serious this mission is to the Department of War. It's common sense. And it was that same common sense that brought President Trump back to the White House. People were sick and tired of the never-ending crisis. And under President Trump, we will not allow depraved, suicidal ideologies to destroy our great cities. No longer will we sit idly by while illegal aliens and savage criminals rape, murder, and poison the good people of this country. Because every American, without exception, is entitled to safe, clean, and beautiful cities. Cities where you can walk in peace, cities where law enforcement can do their job. And to that end, the Department of War stands shoulder to shoulder with state and federal partners so that our streets can be defended once again. Kind of like the visual I'm looking at right here. I see a lot of civilian leaders and police, law enforcement leaders in the front. And who's behind you? Men and women in camouflage, having your back every single day like we do in this mission. So thank you for working tirelessly to protect this state and restore law and order. And the results, they speak for themselves. That your presence has led to a massive reduction in crime, a reduction the good citizens of Memphis deserve. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in restoring street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood. You are saving Memphis, Tennessee, and the country, and we are grateful for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you. Mr. Governor, please.
Yes, sir. Welcome back to Tennessee, Mr. President, especially to the iconic, great American city that is Memphis. We oftentimes say Nashville's the heart of Tennessee, but Memphis is the soul. And great businesses here, remarkable people, a true, rich cultural history, but a serious problem. And I want to tell you, even for me, today's a very important day, even personally. I'm a man who has loved this city all of my life. My grandparents, my mom born and raised, my family here. As a young kid, spent time with my cousins roaming the community, the neighborhoods in this city. But sadly, for decades, that was not possible for children to do safely anymore. And to watch this great city be plagued by crime like it has for decades was a very tough thing for Tennesseans to do. But as was said earlier, what's happened in the last 6 months has changed that story entirely. And because of your leadership, Mr. President, putting together the Memphis Safe Task Force, putting these people, this leadership team in place, funding and making possible resources that have never before been made available to a city like has been made for Memphis. Because of that, because of the leadership here, and these, especially these men and women of law enforcement and the National Guard, who have, in fact, gone shoulder to shoulder with not only the multiple agencies involved, but with the people of Memphis. What has happened here has created generational change and will create generational change, and it could not have happened except for what's happening and what we're celebrating here today. So the people of Memphis are grateful. This governor is grateful. I thank you for the work that's happened. And we are looking to the future. We believe that great things lie ahead for this city. There's a lot of work yet to be done. The General Assembly, and we are working together with the General Assembly to create legislation that will make certain that this is a lasting effect for our city. I'm very hopeful for the men and women of Memphis that have prayed for a long time that the violence would stop, for the businesses that have held strong to create jobs and opportunity for Tennesseans. I have a lot of hope for the future. I do believe and have believed all my life that this is a great city, and now it is on a trajectory of greatness beyond where it's been in the past. thank you for that. And I will say, I want to introduce Stephen Miller to speak next. There is one person who showed up here early, actually multiple people at this table, but he said his commitment to whatever we needed for this city and for this task force to be successful. He committed that when this began, and it has happened. And we're not done, but the statistics speak for themselves. What Gaddy just read out a while ago is hard to imagine when we first started this just 6 months ago that these were going to be the results. There's more to go, but we're grateful for the work. And Stephen, your commitment to us, Tennesseans, truly are grateful for it. And your commitment to President Trump's strategy, not just to make Memphis safe, not just to make Tennessee safe, but to make all of America safe again. So thank you, sir. Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you. Well, first and most importantly, thank you to President Trump, whose vision and courage and determination has achieved something that if you had predicted it 15 months ago, people would have said it was impossible. If you had said 15 months ago that we would achieve the lowest national murder rate, not in 5 years or 10 years or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40, but in 125 years, nobody would have believed it possible. And President Trump did exactly that, and it is a miracle. Just think about this for a second. Under President Trump's leadership, the largest reduction in murders in American history, the largest reduction in violent crime in American history, the largest reduction in drug overdose deaths in American history, the largest reduction in fentanyl in American history, the largest reduction in illegal immigration in American history, and the largest number of criminals arrested, removed, or deported in American history, all done in 1 year. If I would just say this, if we had an honest media in this country, the statistics I just gave you would be 24/7 on the news. Nobody could have ever predicted such an achievement would be possible. The second thing I want to thank President Trump for is assembling the greatest national security and public safety team in American history, because President Trump believes in merit, in competence, in people who get things done. So you look around the table of who President Trump chose for these jobs. You start with Rob or Gaddy or Pam or Pete, Cash, Todd, Terry, the whole entire team. What President Trump put together has never been rivaled in history. That's how you get things done. He chooses people based on their skill, their competence, their ability, their determination, their dedication, and their loyalty, and you're seeing the results. So I just want to again thank President Trump, and of course thank the governor as well, who picked up that phone, called President Trump, and said, I want you to help make Memphis safe, although I bet the governor would agree he could never have imagined this safe, this quickly, this many people behind bars. And let's just remember that because of the work that President Trump is doing, not only in Memphis, not only in Washington, D.C., but all over the country, ultimately, it will save and is saving tens of thousands of American lives. It is, I'll use that word again, what President Trump has done on border security and public safety is a national miracle that will be studied not only for generations but for centuries to come. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you, Steve. So, Cash, see if you can top that. I don't know. That's a tough one, Cash.
That is tough. You know, Mr. President, as I look around this venue, I see and I'm reminded again why we have the greatest warriors on God's green earth, the men and women serving in uniform, the men and women serving and wearing the badge, and law enforcement, our police, our sheriffs around the state of Tennessee. I'm reminded that Americans exist to protect this country day in and day out, and they've done it like we've done it here. But what we didn't have was you. We didn't have a commander-in-chief who backed the blue, who resourced the blue, who funded the military, who did whatever it takes to safeguard every single life. And here in Memphis, Tennessee, you have put on a show for the world. You have allowed us to go out there and capture gangbangers, rapists, murderers, drug dealers at record historic levels. And for me, a first-generation Indian American kid whose parents fled a genocide in East Africa, to become the 9th director of the FBI. I'm living the wildest dream you could possibly imagine, sir, but it's thanks to you. But more importantly, what I see when I look out across our great partners here in the interagency and our great legislatures and our great prosecutors and our great attorney general who has the guts to go out there and make arrests, turn them into prosecutions and put people in prison, you are giving that dream to every single child in the state of Tennessee. You are inspiring the nation and law enforcement to come up and wear the badge and wear the colors of this country and safeguard our men and women for generations to come. This is an enduring mission, Mr. President, because you have made it enduring. It is going to go on for generations to come. They are going to try to achieve what you accomplished here, what Stephen said, in just one short year, and they're going to be doing it for decades because America was smart enough to elect you as our commander-in-chief. So while we're out there fighting for the dreams of our children, just know, Mr. President, how many millions of dreams like mine are going to be lived thanks to your brilliant leadership. Mr. President, thanks for delivering America the safest country on God's green earth.
FBI Director Kash Patel speaking there at this roundtable in Memphis. We've got to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We'll go ahead and get you back to this Memphis safety roundtable that is going on right now for a few more minutes here. We'll go ahead and listen in. The president, a number of other administration officials involved in this. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
And we are working, as you said, on legislation, not only illegal immigration that we're going to lead the country in, which is working its way through the General Assembly, but we're going to Soros-proof the state of Tennessee once and for all. And we're going to take on bail. We're going to take on woke and soft on crime DAs. We've already done truth in sentencing. We're working on three-strike legislation. But we have a strong General Assembly that will support the governor and me and Lieutenant Governor McNally, who's a great advocate in this endeavor. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. President, is I appreciate your resolve to not allow people's words to distract you from your destiny. Stephen Miller just laid out what that destiny looked like, which is untouched in our history. Thank you for being resolute and not allowing those who want to take you down or to cause you harm to allow you to continue fighting forward to make the America what we know it can be, as well as the city of Memphis. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And now we have the ICE director, very important. He's done a fantastic job. Todd, please.
We're a law enforcement officer. Thank you for letting us do our job again. That's the key thing. The men and women in this room that wear the badge every day, we know that we have a president that has our back. So because of you, we can go out and we can make America safe again. But honestly, sir, if you just look at what we did, this is what happens when strategy actually meets execution. You know, your model is delivering real results, securing communities and making neighborhoods safe. And if more cities would just take the lead and have the strength and constitution like the governor does to make their major cities safe again, this is a prime example of how to do it. This is a direct reflection, sir, of the model that you put in place. This and the Homeland Security task forces that you put into action with your executive order are really what's going to make a difference to this country. You know, one thing, and Gaddy brought it up, was the Memphis Interagency Fraud Cell. That's key to your promise to the American people that honest Americans that need that funding will get it. What we're doing is we're having a reduction in fraud when it comes to SNAP benefits, mail fraud, and Medicaid fraud. And that's key and important for true Americans that believed in you that you're going to make a difference to make this country great again. While this wasn't an immigration-led operation, sir, we did have 619 illegal aliens arrested, 7 of those which were Venezuelans that were paroled into this country or TDA gang members, 1 El Sal that raped a child, and another Honduras male that raped several children. Because of your leadership, we were able to get these violent criminals out of our neighborhoods, and sir, Memphis going forward is going to be the example, as Mr. Miller said, for decades to come. So on behalf of the men and women of ICE, the special agents of Homeland Security, we thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much, Judd. And just, if I might, so you're at the front of a storm. The Democrats have caused lots of problems at the airports and all other places too. We shouldn't be in this position, especially when we're in conflict elsewhere. But how are you doing, and how is ICE doing at the airports and helping out?
Oh, you know, sir, to just have the opportunity to help our other fellow officers at Department of Homeland Security, we're doing great. We're going to make sure that your promise is kept, that we're going to help those lines move, and we're going to make people safe. And no one should be nervous to go to the airport because we're going to make sure that every traveler in spring break has a safe journey.
I appreciate it. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Rob Cicada, please. Rob.
Mr. President, thank you for your assembling of the Memphis Safe Task Force. Your leadership empowered ATF and all of our state and local partners to focus on the most dangerous criminals operating in Memphis. Violent repeat felons, many walking the streets despite having 3, 4, and 5 felony convictions, are no longer doing so. They're no longer walking these streets without the fear of federal and state local and state law enforcement getting together and taking them off the streets. We focused our efforts on the most violent gang members operating in Memphis, so much so that we've decapitated the leadership of the Rich and Ruthless gang and the Vice Lord gangs operating here in Memphis. Their leadership, their membership is currently running the streets without any sort of direction. The gang members are falling apart. They're weakened. Their ability to coordinate and commit violent crimes are broken down because of the Memphis Safe Task Force. We've also been able to identify numerous firearms trafficking task force. Some of the evidence items that you see here were recovered from violent gang members. Many of these firearms were converted from semi-automatic weapons to be able to accept machine gun conversion devices, which now allow these rifles and pistols to shoot full auto. Those weapons were used by the gang members to terrorize this community and commit numerous homicides and numerous aggravated assaults. Those networks were identified and removed from operations. One in particular was operating 3 3D printing machines, making machine gun conversion devices in his house when search warrants were executed by ATF and our Memphis Safe Task Force partners. We are continually focused on preventing violent crime. In one instance, while we were out of patrol with our state and local partners, our agents responded to a shooting that had just occurred, located a victim that sustained serious gunshot injuries. Agents were able to render first aid on the scene and prevent that victim from bleeding out. Victim was transported to the hospital and ultimately survived because of the Memphis Safe Task Force being here. Our agents regularly talk to the members of the community. The community, when we first arrived, was in visible fear. They were afraid to walk out of their homes to the corner store. They were afraid to sit in their front yards because of being in fear of being victimized of a drive-by shooting. Those people are now approaching our agents and our partners, thanking us every day for being out there and taking the fear away from them so they and their family members could walk their communities and sit in their front yards and talk to their neighbors without fear of being killed or shot. So thank you for your support of law enforcement and for creating the Memphis Safe Task Force. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Robin. You do a fantastic job. Thank you very much. One of the best crime fighters I know, really from personal experience, because I've watched him more in D.C. than here, but I get the reports on what's happening in Memphis. And Terry Cole, please say a few words. Great job.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. It has given law enforcement the tools and the support to take this fight directly to the local street gangs, but also the cartels, the designated terrorists that are killing Americans. Your leadership is attacking not only the local street gangs here, but it's attacking the cartels in Mexico. It's attacking the cartels in Venezuela. It's attacking the cartels in Colombia and Ecuador. And it's setting the example for the world to see that they are designated terrorists. They are fueling the violence in our streets. The DEA, along with our local task forces, are disrupting the supply chain, dismantling networks, and saving American lives. This is
a roundtable in Memphis continuing that we've been listening to for a little over an hour now here on Fox Local. President Trump, a number of other administration officials, meeting with officials there on the ground in Memphis, Tennessee. I also want to give you a live look right now at LaGuardia Airport, where we are anticipating an update from the NTSB and from the Secretary of Transportation as well soon about this runway crash at LaGuardia. We're also going to be talking about that with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger coming up at the top of the hour on Florida Live. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We'll be right back with more coverage in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for joining us today, and we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. If you've been joining us on Fox 35 News Plus, we've been listening into a roundtable discussion in Memphis, Tennessee. President Trump hosting a roundtable there about a crackdown on crime and the results of their safety task force that was launched in that area. So we've been listening in on that. That appears to be wrapping up. We are also standing by because we expect an update shortly from the NTSB about this runway collision at LaGuardia Airport. So we are staying tuned for that. We're also going to talk more about that here in just a second with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. A little bit later in the show, we're going to hear from an attorney who says a case in South Florida could be the key to unraveling the status of red light cameras across the state of Florida. We're going to get into that in just a little bit and say goodbye to the top seed in the tournament, Florida Gators, losing last night in an upset in the NCAA tournament. I'm seeing a sad face from Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, University of Florida alum. So how did that happen? And what's next for that Gators team? No repeat for them this year. We'll get into that a little bit later as well. But I do want to start by giving you a live look at LaGuardia Airport right now, where you can see that Air Canada Express jet that collided with a fire truck on the runway that killed a pilot and a co-pilot, sent dozens to the airport. We're learning a little bit more about what happened and also seeing some of the impacts, the ripple effects at airports across the country today, including here in Orlando. I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us now. And Marie, I know you had the chance to speak with an air traffic control expert as well. What do we know about this situation here at this hour?
So, I talked with Dr. Mike McCormick, who used to do safety for the FAA. He was an air traffic controller himself. He now is a professor at Embry-Riddle for air traffic management. And so between talking with him and just reports that have come out from the airport and from NTSB and agencies that are evaluating all this, what we know so far is that there was a fire truck that was responding to help out a different aircraft, a United aircraft, where there had been some reports of an odor that was enough that it was making some of the crew feel sick. So they were going to check that out and make sure that people were evacuated safely. At the same time, an aircraft that had just landed was taxiing in. And there's audio that we have from an air traffic controller where he gives the all clear for that truck to continue on the runway and pass through what will be the path that the aircraft is going on as well. You hear him give the all clear, and then you also moments later hear him trying to stop that and telling the truck to stop. He tries multiple times, nothing comes of it, and eventually the plane and the truck collide, or the plane hits the truck. That, as you mentioned, Garrett, resulted in the pilot and co-pilot being killed. There were 41 people taken to the hospital with injuries. Up around 36 of them have been released so far, so that's good news. We know that the people on the fire truck were injured. They had some broken bones, but they're going to be all right. So now there's all these questions of what happened, that this situation was possible in the first place, what was missed, what could have been done, what was done incorrectly, if anything. And what we know, too, in talking with Dr. McCormick, who I mentioned earlier, he pointed out that the voice that we hear from the air traffic controllers giving the all clear for the truck is the same one who tells them, no, 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 stop, stop, stop. He says that that's irregular. Normally, there would be different air traffic controllers handling those different things, handling the different aspects of that. So talking to the plane, looking out for the plane, as opposed to looking out for the truck in the runway. In the past, we'd had some major issues with staffing shortages for a variety of reasons. One of those was because of a government shutdown. this government shutdown is not impacting air traffic controllers, and the staffing shortage that we see nationwide, according to Dr. McCormick, is actually not so bad at LaGuardia. Staffing decisions are made based on the amount of traffic that you see at any given time at an airport, or so, for instance, if they're really busy in the morning and not so busy at night, that might affect the number of people who are there, who are on staff. He says either way, though, there should normally be two people doing the jobs, two separate jobs that we know this air traffic controller was taking on. We don't know why that is. It's obviously something that NTSB is going to be looking out for and looking into. But I also talked with Dr. McCormick about how taxing this job already is and how high stakes every decision that they make at any given time is going to be. We do have a clip of his response to that.
Air traffic controllers are human. And as humans, we make mistakes. You can train, you can come up with backups, and you can partner with the rest of your air traffic control team in order to mitigate the risk that may come from mistakes. There is technology that is built into the system to aid a controller in the event that something is not happening the way it should be happening. So yes, we as air traffic control professionals strive for perfection. But we also know that no one is perfect. Mistakes, oversight, bad decisions, bad situational awareness can all factor into it. It's what we do as controllers when something like that happens and how do we recover from it.
He also mentioned to me that air traffic controllers work as a team. If one person makes a mistake, typically there's somebody else there who could try to help make up for it. And we know that that was not necessarily the case here, since that ATC officer was doing two jobs. There are ripple effects for this throughout the country, not just that this was a complete tragedy. There were 2 lives lost, and as we mentioned, at least 41 people hurt. And it's just a deeply, deeply sad thing, but also just the practical impacts that multiple airports all across the country, including here in Orlando, are going to have a bit of a difficult day because of this. So people trying to fly either to or from LaGuardia are going to be out of luck for the majority of today. The airport was supposed to be back open at 2 p.m. at the earliest. We think that's being pushed back a little bit, and right now it's still not open. We are expecting to update us for the timing for that pretty soon. But so all of the flights that should have happened throughout today to or from that airport are not going to occur. That's going to set a backlog of people trying to find new flights, whether they're just delayed by a day or whether they try to find an alternate route. Some people could instead try to fly out of JFK, or they could drive to another airport or pick up another connection elsewhere. If you're flying over to LaGuardia, it's just going to have this ripple effect. We're trying to talk with people at MCO about that today. And that's one of the things we'll be talking more about tonight at 5. Garrett.
All right, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger looking into this for us. We appreciate you joining us and breaking all this down for us. Certainly still a lot of questions, and we'll hope that NTSB update here shortly sheds a little bit more light on what happens. But we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
And we will bring that update to you when it begins. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take our first break here on Florida Live, but we still have a lot to get to over this next hour. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back. Live look in Memphis, Tennessee, where President Trump shaking hands with Attorney General Pam Bondi, Stephen Miller right there, a number of other officials as well who convened for this roundtable talking about the safety and the crime crackdown in Memphis, Tennessee. Welcome back in to Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. Want to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from the Fox 13 newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a final farewell is underway for a local hero who made the ultimate sacrifice for his country. The final procession for Major Cody Khork began this morning in Polk County. Cork, who was 35 years old, was posthumously promoted to the rank of major after he was killed in an Iranian drone strike. The journey started around 11:30 this morning at Oak Ridge Funeral Care in Winter Haven. From there, the procession traveled west on Highway 92 to the Polk Parkway and then north to I-4. The route continued west to I-75 as the family made their way to the Florida National Cemetery in Bushnell. A large motorcycle escort accompanied the family during the duration of the trip, and community members and fellow service members gathered in Winter Haven this past Saturday to honor Cork's life. Those who knew him best described him as a man who committed himself to service and leadership, noting that he was defined not by his death, but by the way he lived and the way he made others feel like they belonged. A scholarship that was created in his name at Florida Southern College received overwhelming support already. Now, each year, the scholarship is expected to help cover tuition, room, and board for an outstanding junior or senior ROTC cadet. Now, that procession for Major Cody Khork was expected to arrive at the National Cemetery in Bushnell around 2 o'clock, so it was supposed to arrive about 10-15 minutes ago. Garrett?
Nancy, I will say it has been touching to see just how many people, coming out to be part of the escorts. Last week, we saw it again today, just dozens and dozens of people being part of that procession and paying their respects to Major Khork.
Yeah. Yes, it's really a lovely tribute, and it's so nice to see that, that overwhelming support for his family. I remember watching the plane come down into Polk County that had his casket on it, and seeing, just everybody kind of lining the streets with the American flag. So it is a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, and for someone who dedicated his life to serving his country and gave his life serving his country. So nice to see everyone honoring him. Finally, we're also learning more about a deadly fire in St. Pete.
Yes, this happened around 3:30 in the morning on Sunday, and this fire is being considered suspicious, and it did claim the life of an 18-year-old and left others hospitalized. Now, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, they went to the 3900 block of Neptune Drive southeast just after 3:30 a.m. on Sunday. They said that 4 people were inside the home when this fire broke out, and officials say 18-year-old Angelina Anderson died from her injuries. A 35-year-old woman remains in the hospital in critical but stable condition, and 2 juveniles were also treated for smoke inhalation but have since been released. Now, one neighbor that we spoke to said that she heard screams as well as popping sounds before realizing that that home was on fire. Investigators with the St. Petersburg Police Department say the cause of the fire is suspicious, and this case is now being treated as a criminal investigation. However, right now we have no other details about what may have sparked the fire or led up to that fire, so we do have a lot more questions. But again, this fire is being considered suspicious, and it is being treated as a criminal investigation. Garrett?
All right, so we will stay tuned for updates on that. You can see the significant damage to that home, and certainly sad to hear that the toll that it took, the lives that it took as well. And finally, I know you're following up on a crazy case that now leaves a Hernando County man facing multiple charges.
Yes, this is definitely an unusual case. So we're being told that a state trooper was on routine patrol when he saw a truck kind of driving recklessly, and he saw this truck crash, and then he saw it actually crash again into a rail at a public bus stop. And that's when he stopped, followed this car, followed this truck, got out, and saw the driver, who has since been identified as Dennis Donald Johnson. He said that Johnson allegedly fled the scene after he lost control of his vehicle and crashed, and then so that trooper followed him. He crashed again into the handrail at a bus stop, and then eventually he drove his truck into a ditch. And that trooper said that Johnson appeared to be impaired and that he had white residue around his mouth. And during the search of the truck, investigators say that they found 2 cans of electronic duster in the front seat, and one of those cans was reportedly empty and contained saliva around it. The Florida Highway Patrol says that a Walmart receipt was also found inside that truck, and that receipt showed that Johnson had purchased the cans of electronic duster just moments before these crashes occurred. And Johnson was arrested, and he was charged with DUI as well as hit and run. Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. So I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live. And TJ, we've been talking time and time again about how dry we've been, even with some of the rain that we've gotten. We still know there are conditions out there. And you were just telling me about a fire that we're tracking.
Yeah, there's one in Lake County. It is prescribed, Garrett, which is good news, but still, if anyone's driving through Seminole County or Orange County, they might see some of that haze or some of that smoke. I smelled it driving in, just that had the windows cracked.
Well, and it can be concerning when you don't necessarily know. We know how important those prescribed burns are, but like you said, you smell the smoke, you see it. It can be a little concerning.
A little alarming.
So,
I was alarmed. I was driving. I'm like, uh-oh, is this close to home? What's going on? So, yeah.
So this is something that we can watch out for today. Certainly important for us to be aware of, and we appreciate you letting us know.
For sure. Thanks, Gary. This one, it is something that, they're continuing to contain and watch, but that westerly wind is blowing that smoke downwind. So if anyone is driving down I-4, say through southern Volusia County into Seminole County and Orange County, you'll probably see some of that haze or probably smell some of that smoke. But again, don't be alarmed. This is something that, of course, crews are continuing to monitor, but it is prescribed and somewhat normal burn. You can see some of that smoke off to the northwest, though. There are a couple of fires, at least our map is showing, even across some of Sumter County, so we'll watch those. But right now, thankfully, all these are at least under control. Now, you can kind of see a little bit of that smoke getting popped up there on radar. This is right around Sanford. You can see that right along the I-4 corridor, Garrett. So essentially pretty close to where we are here in Lake Marion at the station. So if anyone is at least traveling around our neck of the woods, they'll probably continue to see that smoke and smell it for sure.
Yeah, that's good to know because, just talk to us about why those are done and the role that things like that play when we are dealing with drought and we know the wildfire risk out there.
I think it's one of those things that, like you said, we know for the sake of the natural landscape here in Florida that they have to get done, but it's something that I'm sure crews are always a little weary of because of a drought and the vegetation that is so dry that we have now that anything could spark. And it's something that I'm sure they're watching really closely. But we've seen it so far this year where we've because of the drought, we've seen these fires just ignite fast and spread out of control. The plus today, we have a little more relative humidity, a little more moisture in the air, even though it is drier as a whole. But the wind is an issue. So we do have the elevated risk today. So something, if you were planning on trying to burn, it's something that you probably should try to avoid today. It looks like tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday looking a little bit better with a system on the approach, but today certainly a kind of a heightened fire concern out there across Central Florida.
Well, like you said, we are tracking some chances of rain this week.
Yeah, which we need, and we definitely need. We still need. I mean, I feel like we need some days and just days of rain to chip away at this drought because it's still so severe across the state. And we've seen, even with our last check-in on Thursday of the drought monitor, that there has been some exceptional drought that's been recorded across some of the states. So, I mean, any rain certainly helps, but we definitely need a lot to eat away at this thing.
Yeah, hard to, it's just hard to get enough because we're in such a deficit.
Yeah.
Hard to just kind of get enough with one system.
Yeah.
To get us back where we need to be.
We don't want anything, tropical in nature, but something like that where there's so much moisture that could really just take that drought and chip away in such a big way. But hopefully, as we get closer to the rainy season in the next next few months, next 2-3 months, we'll start to get some more daily rain, and that'll start to help. But yeah, it's a shame because it has gotten so bad.
And meanwhile, temperatures this week supposed to stay pretty constant.
Pretty constant, yeah. We're warmer now than where we were this time yesterday, and temperatures today we'll probably be able to get. I think we were right around 80 across the metro, but ahead of this front, we'll probably be able to spike into the low to mid 80s this afternoon, and then a little cool down behind it Wednesday and Thursday. But overall, we're going to stay above normal, and it looks like again on Friday we could be chasing just about 90. I think we might not crack it, but it looks like it'll be close. So no more chill, I don't think, like we had this past week for all the spring breakers, which was I'm sure tough when everyone's trying to have a fun, warm Florida spring break. That was not quite what we had.
Everyone who was on spring break last week is saying, oh, now it's going to be 90.
Now, when we're leaving, it's going to warm up, if anyone is visiting, which I'm sure many are, so.
All right. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We're still standing by for that news conference that we expect any minute now, giving an update on the runway collision at LaGuardia Airport. We will bring that to you live when it does begin. But right now I want to get you to a story out of South Florida where a judge in Broward County essentially ruled that red light cameras are unconstitutional. That judge dismissed the case against a driver who challenged the ticket that they were issued. Now, I should caution that the judge's decision in this case applies only to that one case, but legal experts say this could eventually have some wider ramifications. We know those cameras are popular all across the state of Florida, including here in our area. We know there's a lot of them in Orange County and Orlando. They work typically by sending the ticket to the registered owner of the vehicle, and the attorney who successfully argued against this case said that upends the central tenet of the American justice system, that you're innocent until proven guilty. I had the chance to speak with attorney Brett Luskin, who defended the client in this case. He's also part of a group that has been fighting to get rid of these cameras across the state of Florida. Here's what he says is the takeaway from this case.
This case is primarily about constitutional due process. Under the Florida and federal Constitution, when a person is accused of an offense, he or she is entitled to the presumption of innocence. In other words, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to every element of the offense. The problem is, in a red light camera case, the camera doesn't know who's driving. The camera doesn't take a picture of the driver. So the law was written in such a way that the registered owner of the vehicle is presumed guilty of driving the car through the red light unless that person comes and proves his or her innocence through some affirmative evidence, typically an affidavit. In other words, you're guilty until proven innocent, and that violates constitutional due process. So Judge DeLuca agreed with that and dismissed the citation.
And so this decision is obviously that case out of Broward County, but this could provide some sort of framework for other folks potentially to make arguments if they face similar penalties.
That's right. This is a county court decision, so it's not technically binding on any other court, but it does, as you said, provide a framework for other defendants in other counties to mount the same defense. It also will go up on appeal. We expect the notice of appeal to be filed within the next couple of weeks, and it will be ruled upon one way or another by a higher court in Florida, the 4th District Court of Appeal, and potentially the Florida Supreme Court. And at that time, whatever decision the higher court makes will be binding on the rest of the state. So if Judge DeLuca's decision is affirmed, then red light cameras as they exist in Florida will be unconstitutional statewide.
And Brett, I know this is something that you're passionate about, that you've been fighting for a while now, these red light cameras in Florida.
That's right. We started this in 2008. That's when red light cameras first came to Florida. We mounted the first defense against them, and we prevailed in 2009, fought all the way to the Florida Supreme Court. While that fight was going on, the company that's behind the red light cameras, which is a large publicly traded company, multi-billion-dollar company, they lobbied the legislature of Florida and managed to get the current law passed in 2010. And that is the framework we've been operating under since then. So it's been almost 20 years that we've been fighting this.
And why is that? What are your main kind of sticking points and why you want to, as your website, your group is called Stop the Cams. Why is that?
That's right. StopTheCams.org. That's our nonprofit initiative to fight these. There's a few different reasons. Number one, automated enforcement represents a radically different way of life for Florida's drivers. It was not something that was ever put to a vote. Nobody ever voted for this. It was imposed upon the citizens without their consent over their objection. And as a broader point, you have to understand, intersection safety is an engineering problem. It's not a moral problem or a legal problem. When traffic lights were first invented, the engineers who devised them understood that sometimes a person would miss that yellow light by a tiny fraction of a second. That's not recklessness. It's just physics and human reaction times. And so knowing that, those same engineers built in defenses for that problem into the traffic light system. When your light turns red, the cross street doesn't instantaneously turn green. There's an all red period that lasts 3, 4, 5 seconds to give the intersection time to clear. And that's also why for over 100 years, law enforcement officers have been entrusted with the discretion when they do see a violation to decide whether it's just harmless, as it is 99.9% of the time, nobody's endangered, there's no victim, or if it's the small percentage of times where someone actually was driving recklessly or carelessly to justify that officer making a traffic stop. But 99.9% of the time, someone just misses that yellow light by 1/10 of 1 second. It's a harmless, no foul, no victim situation. And these cameras turn that system on its head, where every single time someone misses that yellow by a tiny fraction of a second, they have to pay up. And it turns Florida's intersections into an ATM for the government. That's not the way our streets are supposed to work. That's not the way law enforcement is supposed to work. It's un-American, it's Orwellian, and has no place here. So we're fighting to keep Florida's streets free.
But you don't feel these cameras make those intersections safer?
No, absolutely not. That's the false promise that was sold to justify putting these cameras in place. But Florida produces a statewide report every year about the effects and effectiveness of red light cameras in Florida. And those reports, Florida's own official reports, disclose that everywhere those cameras are deployed, those intersections become dramatically more dangerous afterwards. There's more accidents, more T-bones, more property damage, more serious injuries, and absolutely zero improvement in fatalities. So no, they don't make anything any safer. They said it was about safety, but we all know the truth is really just about money.
The legislature has looked at making some changes when it comes to yellow light times and a number of other things. Do you think when this law first went into effect that they anticipated a day coming where this could get struck down for one reason or another?
I'm sure it was anticipated. As I mentioned earlier, it was really a company behind this effort. It wasn't a grassroots organic effort to make the streets safer. It was a company that came in and pitched these cameras to all of the cities and counties in Florida and promised that it would be completely free. They promised that they wouldn't have to pay a thing. They wouldn't integrate with any of the existing infrastructure. The company promised to do everything, foot the bill for everything, including paying the cost to defend the cameras in court when they were challenged, which ultimately they were by me and my firm. But yeah, I think they anticipated that. I think they continue to anticipate it. In fact, I'm quite certain that right now, as we speak, they already have their agents working inside the legislature trying to lobby for changes to navigate around this ruling, to try to do whatever they can to keep those cameras operational, because it's a cash cow. It's over $1 billion they've brought in since 2010 on these cameras. It's a massive, massive business.
How big is this decision, and how big will this decision prove to be, do you think?
Well, I think as of right now, it's a landmark decision. It's quite important. Ultimately, as I mentioned, it's not binding yet, but it does provide a framework for other defendants throughout the state, throughout the country, really, to challenge the constitutionality of their red light camera tickets, really of all automated traffic tickets. It provides a frame. It's going to go up on appeal, as I mentioned. So once it goes up on appeal, there will be a decision one way or another as to the constitutionality statewide. But it does provide a basis for that challenge statewide. So I do think it's very important. We'll have to see ultimately what the Florida Supreme Court does as it works its way up, and potentially it could even go to the United States Supreme Court because it's a timely issue. People are concerned about growing automation all over the country, and it does implicate the United States Constitution due process clause as well.
Brett Luskin with StopTheCams.org, and also the attorney representing the client in this case who had their ticket thrown out, that case thrown out against them. So we'll watch that case as it moves forward to appeal and potentially even the Supreme Court of the United States. Going to be interesting to see what happens with that. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Later Gators, the University of Florida basketball team becoming the first 1 seed to be eliminated from the NCAA men's basketball tournament this year, losing to Iowa in an upset last night. So that ends their hopes of repeating as national champions. And what does it mean for this team moving forward now that their season has come to a bit of a premature end? We're going to bring in Graham Hall, who's a Florida Gators reporter with 24/7 Sports. Graham, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon on Florida Live.
My pleasure. It certainly was a disappointing conclusion to the season for this Florida team, which returned its front court, arguably had the best front court in the nation, brought in new players in the backcourt, and they were quite dominant from the end of December all the way up until the postseason. Florida won 21 of 23 games there, lost their first SEC game, then lost to Auburn, but otherwise were unblemished, had the 12-game win streak. But then they go 1-2 to end the season. They lose to Vanderbilt in Nashville, which certainly was disappointing. They demolished Prairie View A&M in a game where they were definitely just overmatched for the Panthers. But then losing to Iowa last night is going to sting for a long time for this team, because it certainly almost guarantees that the end of Florida's promising front court has played their last games in Gainesville, barring some unexpected decisions to return.
So what went wrong? I mean, this was a team that seemed like it had been kind of peaking at the right time. Things were looking good. Things were moving in the right direction. You mentioned the loss to Vandy in the SEC tournament, and then what happened? What happened last night? Like, just what happened to this team that kind of seemed like things were looking like they were poised to make another deep run?
Well, I'll start with the backcourt, and not to pin too much blame to guys like Boogie Flan and Xavier Lee, but they were stepping into big shoes, replacing 3 guys who went to the NBA draft after last season's run to the national championship. Boogie Flan was a young player who didn't play the entirety of his freshman season. He's a great defensive on-ball defender. didn't have his great shooting numbers. I'm certain that, if he were to reflect, he didn't reach the level of success that he was looking for. And then Xavier Lee was really crafty and got some quick points for Florida pretty early. But he's going to be remembered, unfortunately, for the inability to not get a shot off at the buzzer against Iowa with 4.5 seconds remaining. But the key for Iowa winning this game last night was that they had the edge in the front court, which is not something that we can say very often about this Florida team. They outscored the Gators in the paint by, I think, 2 points or 4 points there in the first half, which just does not happen very much. For comparison's sake, the Gators outscored Prairie View A&M in the paint 38-0 in the first half on Friday, and so you think that this is going to be an edge for Florida against a pretty undersized Iowa team. I mean, they're not starting a guy over 6'11", and the Gators have Thomas Houck, Ruben Chinyelu, and Alex Condon, 3 guys who are 6'9" or taller in their starting lineup. And then you could bring in Micah Hanlogden off the bench, a 7'1" center with prior starting experience. And you would think that Florida would have the edge in the low post, and that just wasn't the case. They got out-rebounded in the first half, which is not something that we've been able to say, again, very often about this Florida team. And they weren't as physical as the Hawkeyes. Those were the most surprising elements of this contest. Ruben Chinyelu had, I don't want to say the worst game of his season, but probably the least impactful one. He had 4 fouls, just 1 rebound, and didn't score after garnering a lot of acclaim this season for his improved offensive game and for being one of the nation's best defenders. Remember, he took home SEC Defensive Player of the Year. He was pretty much a non-factor in this contest. So Florida lost this game in the front court where they should have had an advantage, and that ultimately led to their season ending in the first weekend of the NCAA tournament. There were a lot of factors that you can factor in that led to this as well. I mentioned the backcourt. Go back to last year. They win a lot of games during the regular season and especially in the postseason due to the late game shot making ability from guys like Walter Clayton Jr., Will Richard, and certainly Elijah Martin made a lot of impactful plays last year. That was missing from this team this year. Even if they were a better defensive team as a collective, they were missing a guy who could get you a clutch bucket in March. And that, unfortunately, was part of Florida's undoing last night in Tampa.
And so what happens now? What is this team going to look like next year? And how does Todd Golden look to avoid some of the pitfalls that ended up tripping up this team in their bid for a repeat?
That's a great question. I think that a lot of it remains to be seen. In this era of NIL and revenue sharing, you can't ever rule out a guy who may be drafted making a decision to come back and try and improve their stock. Now, guys like Thomas Houck and Alex Condon, Tommy didn't test the NBA draft waters last year. He didn't go through the combine. He came back to Florida. I would be shocked if he chooses to come back to Florida. You look at the mock draft projections, he's a guy who has been consistently picked anywhere from that 12 to the 20, 25 range, maybe. That's really good guaranteed money. And I think he is going to think long and hard about what that means. As much as he grew up a Gator in Pennsylvania and wants to play for the University of Florida, that may be too good of an opportunity for him to pass up. So I think he's the most likely of the starters to go. Then you look at Condon and Ruben Chinyelu. Ruben was a guy who tested the NBA draft waters last year, as did Alex Condon. Maybe they go through that process or evaluate their options again, but I would expect them to make a decision to head to the next level. This is a chance to start your professional career, and Alex Condon especially made some money for himself down the stretch of the season with the way he played. I think there were some conversations about a month ago about whether he could benefit from coming back from his senior year and turn himself into a guaranteed first-round guy. But those have been pretty much null and void in my mind in the last month, just the way he has played, how dominant he has been on both ends of the floor. He was fantastic against Iowa. Even if he got carved up a little bit in the pick and roll, his offensive game was what kept Florida in that contest, especially when they went down by 12. Guys like Boogie Fland, who also tested the NBA draft waters last year, will find out what decision he ends up making. Micah Hanlogden, his college career is done, barring NCAA medical hardship waiver that he is in the process of pursuing. But what the NCAA is going to do there is pretty much anyone's guess, right? And then there's always the portal. What could happen with guys like Victor Mikic, Alex Lloyd? I'm not trying to speculate here, but you really have to consider all the options of guys and there's no guarantee that anyone is going to return. I will say this, because I think it's been a little bit of doom and gloom when I'm talking about the roster right now. Florida has a little bit of an advantage now. The transfer portal rules last year made it so that the transfer portal opened while Florida was still competing for a national championship. And while that didn't really hinder them too much in their roster construction because they got 2 top 35 transfers in Xavier Lee and Boogie Fland, it did mean that they missed out on a couple of options, and they were kind of behind the 8 ball in a sense when they were trying to get going. Now the portal won't open until the day after the national championship. So Florida has about 2 weeks to work on the retention process, to scout guys who could enter the portal. And you're already seeing players out there announce their intentions to enter the portal when it opens on April 7th. So Florida has a little bit of a head start here. They can work on the retention piece without falling behind in the portal. That's where the focus is going to turn in a couple of days when they have exit meetings. But for right now, Monday afternoon, the Gators are decompressing. There's a lot of guys who are upset, devastated, shocked even at the way that the season concluded. And they're going to need some time to process that before they make decisions on their future so that they don't make a rush decision.
I got to ask you about Todd Golden because he has, kind of brought the swagger back to this Florida Gators basketball team. But we also know there's a program like the University of North Carolina that's likely looking for a new head coach. And so if you're North Carolina, say, and you call Todd Golden, if you're Todd Golden, do you answer that call and hear what they might have to say about an attempt to try to lure you away from Gainesville?
No, you absolutely answer. I don't think you can burn any bridges in the profession whatsoever. If you're not answering, you're telling your agent to field all the calls, because even if you do intend to stay at the University of Florida, which every indication I have heard from behind the scenes is that Todd Golden is happy in Gainesville and doesn't have any plans to imminently leave. And, the NBA is always going to be an elusive option for coaches, but to leave for another college program when you just won a national championship less than a year ago right now, it does seem a little bit, not to say far-fetched, but it doesn't really seem likely right now. The other factor is you brought up North Carolina. I don't know how well documented this is, but Todd Golden grew up in Arizona, and a couple of his family members, his uncles, went to Duke. He grew up a Duke fan. That would be a tough pill to swallow for him and for some members of his family if he were to go to UNC rather than, and try and beat the team that he grew up liking as a kid. So I don't know how far-fetched that is necessarily. Every indication I've got is that it's not something I expect to happen. I do think that the interest out there could be used to, for the second straight year, negotiate a pay increase for Todd Golden. And not to put my opinion out there too much, I do think if you want to keep a coach who can lead you to the mountaintop in college basketball, you have to pay them like one. And that means that he is going to be inching closer, in my opinion, to reaching that $10 million per year salary that we're seeing become more and more of not maybe commonplace, but a possibility for a lot of these coaches out there. I mean, they work around the clock, and you look at some of the offers that are out there, especially in the NBA, coaches are being paid 10, 12 million now. So I do think that the interest, the possibility of him leaving could be used for him to get another extension or an increase in pay, even if there's not years added on to his contract. But again, I don't expect him to leave for a program like North Carolina or even a Kansas if Bill Self does decide to retire. I do think that playing in the SEC, coaching in the SEC, he realizes this is the most competitive conference, and that right now you look at those programs, he may have the best chance of getting back to the Final Four and make another run at the NCAA, national championship if he stays in Gainesville. So I don't expect anything out there, but until he says anything or shuts rumors down, or UNC, they haven't even parted ways with Hubert Davis, until some things kind of fall into place and some dominoes fall, people are going to continue to speculate on what could happen with Todd Golden. That's just the nature of the business.
You are right about that. Can't argue with your reasons for him wanting to stay, though, either. It's, some really good points there. Graham Hall, Florida Gators beat reporter with 24/7 Sports. We appreciate you joining us. Always good talking with you. And thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Pleasure's all mine. Y'all take care up there. Thanks for having me.
All right, good to see you. As we go to break here on Florida Live, we want to know if you're still watching the tourney after all the Florida teams have been knocked out. Yep, all of them. They are now out of the tournament. You're going to keep watching. Have you thrown away your bracket? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote and let us know. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now and just pull out your smartphone, aim your camera at it, and then click on the link that pops up, and you can vote that way. So it looks like most of you, at least at this point, say, yes, you are still watching the tournament, even though those Florida teams have been knocked out. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. We've seen a little bit of a shift here, now saying 59% of you saying no, you're not going to still be watching the tournament now that the Florida teams are knocked out. You can still let us know. You can still vote yourself. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen and let us know. Certainly a disappointing day, disappointing weekend for a lot of fans here in the Sunshine State when it comes to the NCAA tournament. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Let me give you a live look right now at the Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic. They are tipping off in just a few hours against the Indiana Pacers, hosting them at 7 o'clock tonight. Meanwhile, earlier today, they hosted a special ceremony where they inducted former CEO Alex Martins into the Team Hall of Fame. He's the vice chair right now, been CEO for the team for 14 years before stepping down last year. We carried that to ceremony live on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today. And then after that ceremony, he also spoke with reporters about what that honor means to him.
Alex, what goes through your head on a day like this? How do you manage all those emotions and go through all those memories?
It's hard to process. It's something that I never dreamed, would be a possibility. I just think about all the incredible people that I've had the opportunity to work alongside. No one person does any of this, we all do it together. I'm incredibly grateful for them. But it's overwhelming, sure.
As you've had a chance to as this was coming up and had a chance to think about it, what do you hope your legacy is for not just the team, but for the city?
Well, that, we gave everything that we had, to make this organization an integral part of the city, to build a culture that will last over time, that, we build lifelong memories for people that, they'll remember the rest of their lives. I don't need them to remember me. I just want them to remember those incredible moments that, hopefully we helped build for them, when they came to Magic Games and to the Kia Center, and, develop a legacy for this organization and the community forever.
Alex, what was your salary when you were the PR guy? Your first salary?
You're really asking me that question?
Yeah.
Do
you remember?
I think it was $18,000.
Yeah. Did you have a goal of moving up the organization, or what was your goal?
My goal was to learn the business, to contribute as much as I possibly could, and as time went on, to learn more and more about the business, and the more time that I spent in the business, the more I wanted to contribute, and the more I wanted to lead, and over time just gained more and more skills, and, someday woke up and said, I want to lead this organization. And there was a transition in time where the organization had to select a new CEO. And I remember writing, it must have been a 9-page letter to Dan, expressing the reasons why I felt like I was the right person to do that, and how I wanted to work alongside with him to help build the organization for the next period of time. And I was incredibly fortunate that, he believed in that, and that he was able to advocate, on my behalf to his family.
When you left, did you leave knowing that I needed to leave to try to...
One of the reasons why I left was, I wanted to grow my skill set. And at that period of time, I felt like I didn't have that opportunity to do it here. And, I always say that period away was as valuable to me as the years that I've been here, because I learned the way that other organizations did things, and learned the way not to do things that organizations do. But I was able to bring that back and really, help change some of the ways that we did things, and to help move us forward, hopefully.
Alex, how do you like to be remembered? I know you started since the beginning, in your career. I mean, so many things, the stadium, the players, the league. I mean, how do you like to be remembered?
I mean, if anything, I'd like to be remembered as a leader, a leader of our employees, a leader in our community. Leadership is an important thing to me. And, certainly as I look to the next chapter of my career, my desire is to help grow leaders for the future, in this organization, in our community. And, if people can look at me as someone who led but worked alongside, our community and our team to make this a better place, to make this a better team, then, I'll be extremely pleased.
Former CEO Alex Martins, the 14th inductee to the Orlando Magic Hall of Fame. That the ceremony happened earlier today. He will also be honored tonight at the Magic game when they tip off at 7 o'clock against the Indiana Pacers. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live, but want to let you know our live streaming news coverage continues next. Here's a live look at LaGuardia Airport, where we're expecting to hear from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and other officials in about 15 minutes or so. And we will bring that update to you live right on Fox Local. So you can stay tuned for that on our live streaming coverage. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live, and we'll be back here tomorrow. Thanks for joining.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look at Graceland in Memphis, Tennessee, the legendary home of Elvis Presley, and President Trump in Memphis, where he was part of a safety roundtable. Now getting to visit the home of Elvis and learn a little bit about the king. And so let's go ahead and listen in here.
I think you're the first.
Should we just
Right
give
there?
me a piece of paper just to make sure at what level the ink is,
Yes.
right? It's a lot easier to do that way than ruin the guitar.
Exactly.
Okay, not bad. Okay, ready, everybody? Let's see here. Oh, that came out good. Look at that.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Wow. You never know. These are hard to sign. But that came out pretty good.
Is that the first guitar you signed?
Just about. Now, Biden couldn't do that. He'd have to send it out to be signed. Look at that. That came out nice. What a beautiful guitar. Is this, so, did he play this guitar?
No, this is a replica one, but this is a replica of the one that he did play,
Yeah.
and the one that had the
Beautiful.
karate patch on it. Elvis had 2 8th degree black belts in karate. One was in Kenpo, and that's what this
Was
patch
he
is
really
for.
good, or was it just...
Actually, he was really good. He started practicing.
Could I have taken him in a fight?
I don't know, you might.
I think he would have been respectful enough to let you in.
Yes, he probably would.
But he and Bruce Lee really brought
Really?
karate. Yeah, he would have been. But he and Bruce Lee really brought karate to the West.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's good.
Yep.
It's very good. Well, Bruce Lee was pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
You having a good time, media? Everybody?
Mr.
Interesting.
President,
It's a little bit different, yeah.
People make pilgrimages here from all around the world.
Yeah.
Would you imagine someday in the very distant future, people making a similar pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago?
Well, I don't know. It's something I could never say. You know, would it be terrible if it's, oh yes, so yes. Headlines, Trump, no, whatever, you know, whatever. That's a special place too. As you said, you know, in terms of people going to places, these are big, successful places, but this is, all I know is, you know, I know that all my life I've heard about Graceland. I've watched Elvis. Surprisingly, you know, because I was around with Elvis sort of in his semi-prime at least, right? And
Yeah.
for some reason I didn't know him, but I knew just about everybody else. Knew all of them. But I don't know why with Elvis. He was a little bit locked into Las Vegas, right?
Yeah, he was in Vegas a lot.
You know, but he was a very special guy. Everybody said what a good person. You know, he was just a good person with a complicated life.
The most famous person on the planet. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the most famous person on the planet. Let's see. Who else would be more famous than Elvis? Nobody that I can think of. See? Anyway, but this is fun. And I want to thank you all. This is great. We appreciate it. And hopefully you're going to get a lot of additional fans coming out here because it's interesting to see. You learn about his personality, about Elvis's personality by seeing the way he lived. And I heard that. He just wanted to be back here. He didn't want to be anywhere. He could have been anywhere. He could have been, I'll name some nice fancy places like Palm Beach. He could have been anywhere he wanted to be, but he wanted to be here.
Yes.
And he was a special guy. Thank you very much.
Thank
Really
you for
good
visiting
job.
us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Please do my
Thank you,
Press.
Please follow me.
Thank you, Press. Out the
Thank you,
front
Press.
door.
Let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Press.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Out the front. To the front door.
So the president's visit to Graceland coming to an end there. We saw him sign a guitar as well. And while he visited there, part of his trip to Memphis, Tennessee, where he talked about a reduction in crime amid a number of efforts to fight that because of some concerning numbers they saw. They implemented this task force, and that was what that round table just a couple of hours ago was all about. Let me give you a live look right now at LaGuardia Airport, where you can still see a major scene, crime scene tape up. Investigators remaining on the runway there. To our knowledge, LaGuardia has not yet reopened. The original thought was that the ground stop may have been able to be lifted by 2 o'clock. I do not believe that correction here. LaGuardia is now open, but they are saying to continue to expect delays and or cancellations. telling folks plan ahead, check with your airline for the latest update. So that coming from LaGuardia Airport, it has reopened, but they are still expecting a lot of delays just because of how many flights had to be rerouted or canceled or delayed because of the closure for hours now in the aftermath of that runway collision. We are anticipating an update from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, other officials, and the NTSB as well any minute now. That's supposed to start around 3:15 is the guidance that we were given. So we're expecting that to begin here shortly after this runway collision between that Air Canada Express regional jet that you still see sitting on the tarmac and then the fire truck that you see in the grass behind it and the debris that is scattered from that. So that happened, and the pilot and co-pilot were killed. Dozens of others sent to the hospital, and so we're awaiting an update on this, and we will bring that to you live when we get it, once that begins here soon. Right now, though, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus while we're waiting on that briefing to begin. Here's a live look there. The Port Authority doing some adjustments, some final preparations underway for that news conference at LGA. And we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. We are waiting for that briefing from Secretary Duffy. The FAA supposed to hold a briefing on the LaGuardia runway crash in about 5 minutes or so, and we will bring that to you live when it begins. But right now, I want to take you to Highlands County. It's Sebring, where Governor Ron DeSantis earlier held a news conference and signed the Florida Farm Bill. He was there with the Agriculture Commissioner. He was there with Senate President Ben Albritton at this news conference earlier today at the Highlands County Fairgrounds.
I want to thank everyone for being here today. One of the things that I've done as governor is make sure that we were working to advance the interests of people that live in rural Florida. And agriculture is a big part of that, but there's also other things that people love to do, particularly when you talk about Florida Springs and all these great things that is more like old Florida. You know, you look like South Beach, you've got these big high-rises and stuff, and look, that's some people, that's fine, some people like that, but most of Florida's history is really more consistent with what we see here in places like Highlands County. So that was something that we were very mindful of throughout the time I've been governor. And I was the first governor to do public events in all 67 counties because, you know, it's not easy to get around. And when we would do it, we would bring stuff. It wasn't like I'm just there popping off. Bring a check, do all this other stuff. And I remember I was, I don't know which one, it may have been Dixie or someone, and I'm doing this stuff. We did like an event kind of in the town. A lot of people turn out because a lot of times governors don't show up, and I was shaking hands. Lady grabs me by the cheeks, like, I just want to touch you. I was like, why? I said, I've never seen a governor before. Thank you for coming. So we showed up and we did a lot, and we're happy to do that. But, you know, with respect to agriculture, we've got over 45,000 farms and ranches here in Florida, 10 million acres of farmland, and it's a wide variety of products. The vast majority, 92%, are family run. And we have both the Agriculture Commissioner and the Senate President who have had those family farms and have been doing that for many, many years. Of the farms that are family run, 70% of them are under 50 acres. If you look nationally about how agriculture has worked, one of the, I think, negatives with how it's evolved throughout the United States is so much in these massive agribusinesses, which, look, there may be place for that, but it's pushed out family farms in a lot of parts of the country. We were making sure to do whatever we can to preserve that tradition, including banning China from buying farmland in Florida, which I think was smart to do. But we've got, and I think a lot of people that aren't from Florida, or even people that now live in Florida, live on the coast, people kind of know, yeah, Florida citrus, right? That's been something that, and Ben knows a lot about that we've been known for a long time. But we have massive cattle in Florida, dairies, chicken houses. Of course, we have our groves, great greenhouses where we're producing all kinds of stuff, potatoes. We have the best strawberries in Plant City that come out in the winter. It's just really, really good. And this is something that's very, very important, not just for the economy, but for our culture and our livelihoods as Floridians. So we are excited about what we've done. And the aquaculture, we've done a lot on that recently, and you're starting to see things like in the Panhandle, the oysters, all these things that people were worried about, you're seeing that do very, very well, or start to do very, very well. So the production of agriculture is about $11.2 billion to the state's economy, 140,000 jobs, $47 billion in processing and manufacturing, which supports another 105,000 jobs. So even in a state of 23.5 million people, that's a big, big deal, and we understand how important that is. And, you know, you have all these students here that are part of FFA, these great students, I mean, really, really good kids, and they're going to go into this business, some of them in one way or another, and carry on the tradition. So I was glad to be able to meet with them before we did this system. Now, one of the things that we've worked to do, and Wilton Simpson's been really involved in this, as well as Ben, is everyone wants to be in Florida, right? And, you know, part of that is there's good to that, because if we were governing poorly, people were fleeing in record numbers like New York and California, then that would mean we're doing something wrong. So the fact that people view Florida as the place they aspire to, that is a testament that we've done things right. You think about no state income tax. You think about having massive budget surplus. You think about having the lowest number of government workers for the state level per capita in the entire country. All these things are much different than how they're doing things in some of these other parts. In fact, we have millions of more residents in Florida than New York State does, and yet our budget is less than half the size of New York State's budget. Do they have better roads and service? No. Where's that money going? Well, you know, it's just the way they do business. So we've shown how to do it right. People have responded. When I became governor, our economy as a whole in Florida was a little over $1 trillion. Now it's $1.85 trillion. I mean, that's a big, big increase in 7 years, and it's continuing to increase even though the overall economy is nationwide there's obviously a lot of concerns about where that could go. So all that being said, there's a negative when everyone wants to go, right? We have not wanted to see the state of Florida just turn into a big concrete jungle. So one of the things we did with the Florida Wildlife Corridor is we've put more in conservation than has ever been done in the history of the state of Florida. And this goes from southern all the way up to the northern part of the state. You're talking about, I think, a total conserved is close to 250,000 acres that have been conserved through our efforts. But one of the efforts that we've done as part of that has been the Rural and Family Lands program. And so the reality is people say, okay, well, why is that not farmland anymore? Why is there some cookie-cutter housing development? Well, it's because it was more advantageous for the landowner to sell rather than continuing the operation. It's basically an economic decision. So if that's just the way it goes and there's demand, then you'd end up seeing all this stuff paved over. So they ended up doing rural and family lands. We've done $700 million to do land where you get the land and then continue it for agriculture use with these conservation easements. So that allows the land to keep the character that it's had for many, many generations. Hey, that should be a good thing. The microphone shouldn't act up on that one. So that's a way, I think, a thoughtful way to say, look, I can't, people say, oh, we don't want, I remember during COVID, you started to see these California license plates showing up. And people are like, Governor, don't let them come here. We don't want Berkeley to be transported into Florida. Well, first of all, it turned out that wasn't. Most of them came because they liked the policies. But put that aside, I don't have it's a free country. In the United States of America, you can pick up and move from Sebring to Manhattan or Alaska and vice versa. That's just the way it goes. And so when you have people that are coming, I'm not inviting, I'm not begging. Some governors beg, I don't, but it is what it is. So you've just got to be mindful of that. So how do you navigate that? And I think the Rural and Family Lands Program is one of the things we've done that says, okay, we understand that it's a dynamic society. We understand we're doing things right. People want to be there. But we got to make this viable so that you can maintain the character of these lands and to support our agriculture. And so I think it's been very, very successful. We've had a huge increase in conservation since I become governor, and part of it was because of rural and family land. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved with that. I think it's made a real difference. So we're doing the Farm Bill today. I'm going to let Wilton and Ben talk a little bit more about what's in it, but we do continue the momentum for preserving land and rural communities, particularly with respect to agriculture use of land. And I think that that's something that a lot of people want to see, and I know it's something I'm very supportive of. We also do things to protect farmer freedom. Some of these local governments want to not let you use certain equipment if it's gas operated. That's not their decision, that's your decision. And so we make sure that you have the right to continue using the equipment that you see. If you want to use different stuff, fine, it's a free country. But I like the gas-powered better. I just think it's more reliable. And so if that's what you believe, then you should be able to continue to do that. So this bill continues to make sure that you're going to be able to do that. We also continue in this protection for our water quality and water infrastructure, and we're going to do more. I know Ben is working on the budget for some of the stuff we've done there, but that's been really path-breaking, what we've been able to do across the state of Florida. And I know it's something that a lot of people have been very, very excited about. So all being told, I think this package is really, really significant. I think it shows that we have a strong commitment to not just agriculture, but our rural communities writ large. I've always said from the beginning that these are very vital assets that we have in the free state of Florida. And when you're a statewide official, especially if you get elected, you're going to go again, you can spend all your time in Miami and Orlando and Jacksonville and Tampa and just you could do that because that's where most of the people are, right? And politically, you probably wouldn't suffer any, and maybe you could even get some mileage out of doing that. Now, we went to all those places too, But I'm proud of the fact that we have been in all these rural communities over the years, not just there doing press conferences, but actually delivering meaningful results. We put a lot of money into rural community. And I tell Ben, and Ben agrees, you bring $5 million to rural, they're like so thankful. You bring $5 million to a big city, it's like, you know, it's chump change to them. I mean, like they're kind of thankful, but not super thankful compared to what it is for rural. So rural is very appreciative when you do, and the money goes a lot farther when you're talking about job training, infrastructure, some of the things that we've been able to do working with our legislature over the years. And so I know a lot of work went into this. I know Commissioner Simpson was very much involved. I know Senator Albritton was very much involved. And in just a few minutes, we'll be able to make it official. But before we do that, I'm going to let the commissioner come up, say a few things, and then we're going to get our Senate president up to say a few things. So, Wilton.
Thank you, Governor. It's been a while since we've announced it this way, but during COVID, we always did. How about America's governor, right? What I'm very proud of, and I can't thank the legislature enough, I've done this job now. This is my 4th year as being your Commissioner of Agriculture. This will be the 4th year that we have signed a farm bill. And so it's really amazing that we're able to do that. Now, when you think about those farm bills, we did many, many things. But before I brag about those farm bills, I want to brag about the governor just a little bit. I served with the governor during his entire tenure. Unfortunately, we have term limits in this state, so it means we'll have a new governor in about eight or 9 months. But, you know, this governor's done so many things for the state of Florida. When you think about COVID and leading us through COVID, this governor led us through COVID, I believe, brilliantly. The hurricanes that have struck Florida, look at the improvements and the things that we've done here in the state to not only prepare, but to get through those. The governor mentioned a few things, but I'm going to brag on a couple areas that when I was in the legislature was very important to us. You know, Florida in 2010 had $30 billion of debt. Today, a lot of this governor's work, we have less than $10 billion of debt. And we don't think about that very often. We've cut over $15 billion of taxes in the last 15 years. And think about that. Think about the state and the reason that people call us the free state of Florida. And I'm very, very proud to have been a part of those things. And the governor has led us through this. And thank you, Governor. It's been amazing 8 years. Now on the farm bills, we've done many things in the farm bills in the recent past. The governor mentioned we banned our foreign enemies from buying up our agricultural land. We also banned fake meat in one of those farm bills. We banned fluoride in medicine going in your water systems in one of those farm bills. We banned credit card companies and banks from being able to track gun and ammunition sales in one of those farm bills. And we ban ESG lending practices for your agriculture industry in one of those farm bills. And so now what did we do this year, right? We did many things in this farm bill. The governor mentioned a few. We did protect gas and diesel equipment for farmers and into the future. We preempted that back to the state. We said local governments cannot decide that that's what farmers should use, putting us at a bigger disadvantage. We protected small cities in this bill. When this bill is signed in a few minutes, if you are a small city, we've protected the ability for large developers to come in and take over your city, essentially. And there's about 110 cities in this state that will get that protection. And when you think about Farmers Feeding Florida program that we did last year, it was a big priority of the Senate presidents and the legislature. And we did a bill that basically we go and buy the food at the end of cycle from our farmers, and then we distribute it through the Feeding Florida network here throughout the state with our food banks. In this bill, we make that a permanent program. We strengthened public safety in this bill. We did many things, but one of the things is we made sure that if people have signal jammers, it's illegal here in the state of Florida to use those signal jammers. Many of your criminals in this state have that technology. It's military technology. They go into places, they block the signals, and they're free to roam around the cabin. We've made that not only illegal, but if we catch you now, you're going to have serious consequences. And we're also in this bill, which is something we've been working on for many years, giving us the opportunity to preserve more agricultural land, not only through the rural and family lands that we've been very proud of. Just in the last 3 years, we've saved nearly 200,000 acres just in that program alone. This bill allows us in the future, there are some farmers who do not want to preserve their development rights. They want to sell their land. If the state comes in and buys those lands through a process working with DEP and other state partners, we can do an assessment and say, should that land be preserved or should it be an agriculture production? If it should be an agriculture production, we can remove the development rights from that land and surplus that land back into farming families. So if you are a young farmer saying, how can we afford to buy land in this state? Watch for this program. This land is much more affordable than obviously land that's going to be closer to your normal cities. By the way, the dollars that will be paid for that land will go right back into the program to buy more development rights. So there's a lot of things going on in this bill that's very helpful to agriculture, to our consumers. We're very proud of our bill sponsors being here today, Senator Trunow and Rep. Alvarez. And thank you all for being here. And it's going to be exciting to get our fourth farm bill. President Albritton.
That was Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson and Governor Ron DeSantis speaking at this news conference earlier today at the signing of the Florida Farm Bill. Let me go ahead and give you a live look right now. This is from our roof here in Lake Mary, but looking toward that smoke in Lake County from that prescribed burn that Fox 35's storm team meteorologist TJ Springer was telling us about an hour ago on Florida Live. So don't be alarmed by that. That is what that is, but it is certainly causing quite a bit of smoke, some haze in the area as well, so you're going to want to be aware of that. Let me also give you another live look at LaGuardia Airport. The airport back open, but still seeing some delays after that runway crash. We are expecting an update any minute now from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We will have that live streaming for you. In fact, we already are live streaming that. It has not yet begun, but we are live streaming that over on the Fox 35 YouTube page, so you'll be able to watch that there. Right now, I'm going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team, who are going to be joining us for Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up next, and then the 407. So thanks for joining us here on Fox Local today. It's been a busy day, and we'll be here for another day tomorrow. So keep it on Fox Local, where the news doesn't stop.